The time has come. Forward together now.
Companys e companyes, benvinguts i benvingudes. Bona tarda a tothom. Esteu a punt? Fem-ho. Companyeres i companyeres, this is an historical moment. This is an historical event, and you are all making history by being part of this global progressive mobilization. Forward, together, now. The unity of progressive forces across continents all over the world is the only way to foster democracy, to preserve peace, and to promote human dignity. For the very first time in our political history, the Socialist International, the Progressive Alliance, the Party of European Socialists, the Center for American Progress, the S&D group in the European Parliament, the Socialists and the Democrats, the Foundation of the European Progressive Studies, and last but surely not the least, and with all our gratitude, el Partido Socialista Obrero de España. We have been working together, all of you here, for these two impressive and incredible days in Barcelona. Moltes gracias al alcalde Colboni e al presidente Illa por la vostra hospitalidad mágica. No estaremos aquí hoy sin la intuición política y la sabiduría de dos líderes de nuestro movimiento. El ex primer ministro de Suecia y presidente del PES, Stefan Löfven. Y el hombre, el líder, que en estos tiempos peligrosos y críticos ha salvado literalmente el alma de la Europa, defendiendo con valentía nuestros valores. ¿Sabes de qué estoy hablando? El presidente Pedro Sánchez. Democracy, progressive economy, equality, environment, artificial intelligence and digital transformation, peace. These are all the key, crucial political challenges of our time and for our movement. And now, Chantal Kambiwa, the Coordinator General of the International Socialists, will share with you the call for mobilizations on those political issues. Chantal.
Chers amis, quelle mobilisation, quel message fort que nous constatons aujourd'hui. Notre planète nous alerte et nous devons répondre. La transition écologique n'est pas une option. Elle doit être juste. Protéger la planète, protéger les peuples et s'assurer à ne laisser personne de côté. Mais pas de progrès sans égalité. L'égalité, c'est la justice sociale. Zéro discriminalité. Faire de notre diversité une richesse. Avancer ensemble. L'interculturalité, une force que nous devons prendre en considération. Mais pour cela, le monde a besoin d'être en paix. La paix ne se résume pas à l'absence de guerre. C'est le respect, c'est le dialogue, la coopération. Aujourd'hui, notre message est clair. Unité, respect, collaboration. Ensemble, nous le pouvons. C'est le message fort que nous vous passons aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Et je vais vous présenter Macris Cabero, la coordinatrice globale de l'Alliance progressiste Madrid.
Dear friends, dear comrades, there are over 100 countries, political movements, political parties, and trade unions joining us in Barcelona today. Because we are for a mobilization for fair economy. This is a mobilization for the planet. This is a mobilization for billions of people, not billionaires. And this is a mobilization for our democracy and not for oligarchs. From Barcelona to Madrid, to Buenos Aires, to Johannesburg, to Tokyo, to Manila, we welcome you all to the progressive mobilization of our time for justice, freedom, and solidarity, because you and I and all of us together will bring a new transformation forward. Compañeros y compañeras, adelante. Welcome to the Global Progressive Mobilization.
Now, this is usually done at the end of an event, but we would rather do it now. We must express our gratitude to those in the staff of all the respective organizations that have been behind this, and without them, this would have not happened. It is thanks to their work that we are allowed to enjoy all this magnificent organization and the Global Progressive Mobilization. So, muchas gracias. I also want to mention two special persons that have accompanied us in this journey, a complicated political journey. And they are Johan Hassel and Hannah Jalul. You around this room all know their relentless commitment to our cause. Y ahora, vuelvo al español, intento, es el momento de agradecer de todo corazón y de escuchar directamente a la mujer que lleva sobre sus hombros y mantiene en sus manos la organización de uno de los partidos más antiguos y exitosos de nuestra familia. Nuestra compañera y amiga, la secretaria de la organización del PSOE, Rebeca Torro.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días. Bon dia a tothom. Thank you so much, Giacomo, Chantal, and Macris. This could not have been possible without you and the organization you represent. For our party, el Partido Socialista Obrero Español, it has been a pleasure to work side by side with you. Thank you to everyone who is making this first Global Progressive Mobilization Summit possible. What we all have achieved is huge. I hope you felt at home. I promise you that everyone in the PSOE has worked very hard to ensure that this first GPM rose to the level of the responsibility we bear. Esta primera GPM marca un antes y un después. Que el mundo tome nota. Somos más y estamos hambrientos de progreso. No solo vamos a parar las olas de los retrocesos, vamos a ser también la marea que traiga consigo nuevos avances. Sé que somos capaces de ello porque ya lo hemos logrado antes. España, gracias al presidente Pedro Sánchez y su gobierno, es el vivo ejemplo de ello. Y permitidme que, como secretaria de organización y en nombre de toda la militancia de mi partido, dé las gracias a nuestro secretario general y presidente del Gobierno por la valentía de su liderazgo, porque es un orgullo para todos y para todas. Un faro de esperanza. Esos somos los progresistas. Millones de puntos de luz en la noche del mundo. Así que, amigas, amigos, sigamos haciendo lo que mejor se nos da, mejorar la vida de la gente, con orgullo y con toda la valentía. Así que, amigos y amigas, vamos a subir el volumen a tope a esta gran fiesta del progreso. The future is progress and the future belongs to the people. Let's do it. Let's move forward to it. Amigos y amigas, y ahora os dejo con un referente a quien admiro, por lo que representa y por cómo lo representa. Querido Salvador Illa, eres un líder a la altura de los tiempos que vivimos. Tu humanidad y sensibilidad son un ejemplo para todos. Qué suerte tiene Cataluña de tener a un presidente como él. Salvador, amic, endavant.
Estimat president Pedro Sánchez, estimat Jaume Collboni, alcalde de Barcelona, presidents i caps d'estat, autoritats, companys i companyes progressistes d'arreu del món, benvinguts i benvingudes a Catalunya. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a Catalunya. Welcome to Catalonia. És per a mi un orgull donar-vos la benvinguda a la meva terra i fer-ho en la meva llengua, el català. Catalunya és sinònim de fraternitat, d'entesa, de solidaritat i de convivència. Queridos amigas y amigas, A los progresistas de todo el mundo nos une una misma e inmensa responsabilidad: recuperar la ambición del proyecto llamado humanidad, hacer que la humanidad vuelva a ser el proyecto común en el que cada uno pueda sentir y vivir a su manera, pero con un latido común: la voluntad de ser y de convivir en paz. La justícia procura pau i la injúria, guerra. Les paraules humius són nuncis de la pau i les superbes de guerra. Això va escriure Ramon Llull, humanista universal que al segle XIII es va atrevir a pensar per primera vegada en català, en llatí i en àrab. Al segle XXI som nosaltres els qui ens hem d'atrevir. No hi ha res a fer, diuen alguns. És inevitable, diuen uns altres. Si Ernest Lluch, si Willy Brandt, si Alba Myrdal, si Olof Palme, si Michel Bachelet i tants d'altres haguessin pronunciat aquestes paraules, ara no seríem aquí per demostrar al món sencer que res és inevitable ni res està escrit. Queridos amigos y amigas, nada está escrito, nada es inevitable, todo es posible. Ni la guerra, ni la injusticia, ni la desigualdad son inevitables. El futuro no es propiedad de nadie, el futuro es de todos y de todas. El futuro no será de los más fuertes ni de los soberbios. El futuro será de quienes no tenemos miedo a escribirlo. Diguem-ho ben alt, no tenim por. No tenemos miedo. We are not afraid. Els demòcrates del món no tenim por. Els nostres avantpassats, que es van negar a continuar les guerres que assolaven Europa i el món, no van tenir por, i nosaltres tampoc. Els treballadors i treballadores que es van organitzar per aconseguir drets laborals arreu del món no van tenir por, i nosaltres tampoc. Les dones i els homes que sortien al carrer de tantes ciutats del món en defensa de la igualtat i de la justícia no van tenir por, i nosaltres tampoc. No tenim por perquè tenim una convicció més poderosa: els nostres valors, la nostra unitat i el nostre projecte. La història ens ensenya que res és inevitable i que el futur no està escrit. Es pot evitar condemnar a Ucraïna, a Gaza i a l'Orient Mitjà al patiment d'una guerra permanent. Es pot evitar gastar més en armament que en educació. Es pot evitar que el poder dels diners substitueixi el poder de la gent. Es pot evitar que la ignorància venci la ciència. Es pot evitar que els nostres fills i filles creixin odiant el qui pensa diferent. Què hem de fer? Deixar de queixar-nos i actuar. Durant segles hem estat capaços de convertir allò que semblava impossible en possible. La fi de l'esclavitud, la democràcia, la igualtat entre homes i dones, les vacunes, la pau. Estem disposats a retrocedir? Res ni ningú ens obligaran a viure en la violència, ni en la precarietat, ni en la immoralitat. Estem aquí perquè hem decidit alçar la veu a favor de tot allò que ens fa humans. Està a les nostres mans que el món sigui un espai d'esperança i no pas de resignació per a milions de persones. Tenim el deure d'escoltar el crit d'ajuda dels milions d'homes i dones i infants que avui estan patint els estralls de la guerra a Gaza, al Líban, a Ucraïna o al Sudan. Tenim el deure de llegar als nostres fills i filles un món millor. No permetrem que res ni ningú posi en risc la prosperitat i la pau dels nostres països que durant tantes dècades hem construït. Con el presidente Pedro Sánchez, en España y en Cataluña hemos avanzado mucho para garantizar la convivencia, la prosperidad y los derechos para la inmensa mayoría. Con todo en contra y dejando perplejos a los incrédulos. Ahora, con la unión de todos los progresistas, vamos a continuar haciendo más todavía en Europa, en Latinoamérica y en el mundo entero. El mundo vive una ola de extremismos. El mundo vive una ola de extremismos. No olvidemos que todas las olas, por muy altas que sean, mueren en la orilla. Demà, en qualsevol de les nostres ciutats de Barcelona a Berlín, de Girona a Buenos Aires, de Lleida a Beirut, de Tarragona a Gaza, quan els nostres conciutadans obrin un diari, escoltin la ràdio, encenguin el televisor o consultin el mòbil, ens han de sentir al seu costat. Faig una crida a tots els homes i dones de bé a unir-se perquè el món sigui un món en pau, obert, alegre, solidari, divers, just i esperançat. Los que exhiben su arrogancia, su soberbia, sus insultos y sus guerras tan solo muestran su debilidad. Quiero acabar, compañeras y compañeros, con un regalo para todos vosotros. Un regalo sencillo, que cabe en una sola palabra de mi lengua materna, una palabra preciosa de la lengua catalana. Os pido que la memoricéis. Seny. Algunos traducen seny como sentido común, como equilibrio en la forma de actuar. Pero es mucho más. Seny es una forma de liderar y de convivir. Seny es servir, no dominar. Seny es convencer, no imponer. Seny es hermanar, no dividir. Frente a los liderazgos autoritarios, seny es valentía serena, la valentía de respetar al otro, de dialogar, la valentía de la honestidad. Seny nos recuerda por qué existe la política en su sentido más noble, para cuidar la dignidad humana, la convivencia i l'esperança col·lectiva. Que el seny i l'esperança, companyes i companys, ens acompanyin. Bona jornada.
In progressive politics. It's our pleasure to welcome to the stage Stefan Löfven, former Prime Minister of Sweden and President of the Party of European Socialists.
Good afternoon, dear friends, compañeras, compañeros. It is truly an honor to be here with you, and let me first thank the co-organizers, Progressive Alliance, Socialist International, Center for American Progress, the S&D Group in the European Parliament, FEPS, PSOE, with its great leader, for who he is, for what he does, for what he represents, Pedro Sánchez, a close friend of mine. And also all of you, dear friends, leaders, partners, activists, friends, who have come together now from across the whole world. And Barcelona, beautiful city, thanks for hosting us. Welcome to this great moment of mobilization. Politics is about we, the people, about families, about young people, workers, about communities in the whole world, in Belém, in Buenos Aires, Accra, Roma, Athens, Fuenlabrada, Soweto, Manila, Istanbul, Kyoto, and many, many more. Thanks to these people that makes our society stronger through solidarity and equality. And this is why we mobilize today. In our past Congress in Amsterdam last year, we made a commitment to turn hope into action. And today, that action begins. And friends, we are internationalists. For us, action means global action. It's a collective effort, it's a progressive vision, and third, global unity. And we know that when we lift each other, we lift humankind as a whole. This is even more necessary today when we see wars, international law is violated, growing inequalities, cost of living crisis, climate crisis, and a democracy under pressure. And friends, in the heart of it all, we raise a fundamental issue, and that is equality. Equality between nations, between cultures, between people, no matter the background, ethnicity, or gender. As progressives, this is the foundation of everything we do. And this is what binds us together. And to those who seek to divide us, no pasarán. You will not divide us. Divide us, we will prevail. So our fight goes on. We build a society that is fair, inclusive, and truly prosperous. We fight for the many, not for the money. That's us. Now, as we gather here, we also send a signal and a message to the world. We will never leave the fate of humankind to authoritarianism. Never. They weaken, they destroy, and history has shown us that. But the future of humankind belongs to those who believe in it. Because democracy is not a stage for supposedly strongmen. It is not a platform for domination. Democracy belongs to us all. It is how we govern together. It is how we shape our common future. With no concentration of power, with institutions that protect, with the promise that everyone counts. And that is why we believe in democracy. And across the world, people are beginning to see that clearly. We've just seen it in Hungary, because only democracy gives people the freedom to truly flourish. That is why we defend democracy. The challenges are immense, but so is our determination. Whatever has been broken, we will rebuild, and we will rebuild better. We will deliver positive change, meaningful change, and we will not leave anyone, not anyone, behind. That's for sure. So we fight for dignity, solidarity, and shared prosperity. Progressives built already more equitable societies. We dreamed about welfare states, and we delivered. We fought for workers' rights. We delivered. We shaped a future where prosperity is shared. We delivered. And that is why, friends, we must dare to dream, dare to hope, dare to fight for what is right. We do not fear the future, we shape it. That's us. And together as true internationalists across borders, across movements, across generations, because the fight against the far right is an existential fight for our societies. And we will win, because hope is stronger than fear. Unity is stronger than division. So friends, today we are joined by leaders from across the world. We stand together, we act together, and we deliver together. Because, as Hannah Arendt reminded us, power corresponds to the human ability not just to act, but to act in concert. The moment is here in Barcelona, with trade unions, with civil society, with activists, with the many young people that are here with us today, with all of you in this room. And what a beginning this is. Thank you so much. And now, let's mobilize.
One of Washington's sharpest and most determined voice for progressive change. We're delighted to bring to the stage Neera Tanden, President and CEO of the Center for American Progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here from the United States representing the Center for American Progress, and we are so proud to co-host this event. I want to give my thanks to Prime Minister Sánchez and his incredible team for their leadership in bringing us all together. Prime Minister Sánchez has been an incredible moral voice for the world, and we are grateful for his commitment to progressive politics here and around the globe. Now, yes. We gather at a crucial moment for democracy, at a time when populism and authoritarianism are being tested, and we saw last weekend that authoritarianism is on its back heel. The preeminent gangster authoritarian in the world, next to my president, Viktor Orban, suffered a massive defeat last weekend. Voters, yes. Voters punished Orban for 16 years of failure, rising prices, stagnant wages, low growth, and unchecked corruption with crumbling public services. Like Peter Magyar has said, Orban lost in part because he didn't focus on the issues that affect real people's lives. He focused on his own corruption. And as in Hungary, so in America. President Trump won office by promising to lower costs for working families, for being a champion of the working class. Yet because of Trump's war of choice in Iran, the price of gas has increased more in the last month than in the last 60 years, costing American consumers more than $20 billion and spiraling costs around the world. And those are on top of the costs brought on by his tariffs that are, in fact, a tax on working class people, raising costs $2,500 for an average family. It is crucial that we remember that Trump's policies are policies that are burdening the working class, ripping health care away from millions of working class and middle class Americans. And while he and his family have made billions off of corruption, it is crucial for us to remember that he is serving himself and his donors, pardoning donors, dropping investigations into people who pay him the most money. Unprecedented corruption, profiting the 1% while everyone else is struggling. And that 99% are noticing. My friends, anger is rising in America, and people are acting. We're seeing in our special elections where our conservatives are losing in conservative states, not just moderate states. People see politics as a way to interrupt the authoritarian moves of this administration. We are seeing in polls that vast majorities of Americans are angry at what the president is doing. We are seeing popular resistance. It's crucial to remember that in last month's No Kings rallies, we had the largest mobilization in American history, and that was for our democracy. We are grateful for the No Kings rallies around Europe as well. To most working class people and most Americans, the truth is Trump and Trumpism is failing. Almost 2/3 of the country oppose him. But it is not enough to oppose. We must offer an alternative, an agenda that improves the lives of the American people, because they face, and a lot of our publics face, a cost of living crisis, difficulty making ends meet. That agenda is capable of building a new coalition that stands up to Trump and authoritarianism around the world. Not just the left, not just the center, but a broad majority that stands with working class people, offering them a chance. Something that builds not just to resist Trump, but builds past Trump. And that agenda will confront the most critical issues people face. Lowering the costs of housing, so young people can afford to buy a home. Lowering the cost of health care, so people don't have to choose, in my country, between prescriptions and paying their bills. Lowering the cost of energy, childcare, food. Using the power of the government to work on behalf of people to ensure that they can afford a middle-class life. These are not radical ideas. These are bread and butter ideas, and they are ideas that the public, regardless of party, want. Now, I hope everyone takes a lesson that we must make the case that this gangster authoritarianism is a con. It does not achieve the goals. In fact, leaders like Trump and Orban make the lives of the middle class and working class harder. The truth is, gangster authoritarianism cloaks its agenda in paeans to the working class, but their policies help the rich, the billionaires, and the oligarchs. That's why what we see in America is an action against that. We know that the America Trump is showing the world is not the only America, or even the real America. A better America is still possible, one that values openness, the rule of law, basic human decency. An America that solves the problems of the world. It does not create problems for the world. And I want you to know that someday soon, you will have friends again in the U.S. government, in the executive branch. We have not all gone away, and I'm grateful for our leaders here, Chris Murphy, Senator from Connecticut, and Governor Walz, Governor from Minnesota, who will speak later today. They demonstrate leadership that responds to the public. We are not giving up on you, and I hope you do not give up on us. We understand that we have a lot of explaining to do in the United States, a lot of mending and rebuilding of trust. But we also know we cannot go back. We must develop a new path forward with fresh ideas for the problems of today. We want America to be your partner, not your enemy or your ruler. We want to be your friend again. We know that bullies ultimately lose. Sometimes it takes a while, but they do lose eventually. So my friends, I ask you to use the failures of the Trump administration as a warning for your own countries. Remind your publics what Trump is doing to the working class of America, hurting the voters that voted for him. Trump's failure is also EFD's failure, National Rally's failure, Vox's failure. The truth is that right-wing authoritarianism is a sucker's game. It is a long con to convince people who are hurting that hate is the answer forward. It is not. The truth is that we can develop and will develop ideas to address people's greatest concerns, how to thrive in today's world. And by doing so, we will ensure victory in the future. We also know that the only way to fight bullies, the only way to take on bullies is to fight bullies, and we can only win when we fight. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for fighting with us still. We are so grateful.
From the front lines of the anti-apartheid struggle to one of the highest offices on the continent, we would like to warmly welcome on our stage Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you, comrades and friends, compañeros. Let me start off by thanking President Sánchez for inviting me to be part of the earlier meeting and also to be part of this rally, and also to thank the organizers of this rally, and I extend my greetings to the various leaders who are here, coming from South Africa, from the southern tip of the African continent. It feels like coming home once again, and thank you for welcoming us here. It also feels like the good old days when many of you, through your various movements, supported our struggle against apartheid. I'm also here to extend our gratitude for the titanic struggles that you participated in to end apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity. So we thank you and thank you and thank you once again. We gather here in Barcelona when other crimes against the people of the world are being committed. When the world is in crisis, this is a time of aggression, of war, of conflict, of the violation of the basic human rights of many people in a number of countries around the world. And it is quite impressive to see so many of you standing up in this meeting today to be part of the global progressive mobilization, to stand up to show those who are violating the rights of others, that you are not afraid, that you are prepared to stand in defense of those who are weak, in defense of democracy, and to advance the human rights of others. The laws and the norms that have long defined relations between nations are willfully violated. Institutions of global governance are being undermined and mercilessly repurposed. The United Nations has now become a toothless organization because those who are members of the Security Council are the ones who continue to violate all the laws and the rights. The principles of solidarity, of cooperation and friendship are being challenged by the resurgence of narrow nationalism, prejudice, racism, and intolerance. The resurgence in unlawful wars of aggression and genocide in places like Palestine are linked to the ideologies of supremacy. Thank you. Thank you. It was to challenge this notion of supremacy that South Africa took the initiative to take the State of Israel to the International Court of Justice. And even as we did, we were criticized, we were challenged, we were even insulted, but we stood firm. The reason we stood firm is that the father of our democracy said to us, our own freedom as South Africans will never be complete until the Palestinians have won their own freedom. So today, we are happy and pleased that many other countries have realized that South Africans, by taking the State of Israel to the International Court of Justice, was not mad. They now see that real genocide is happening in Gaza as well as on the West Bank. And now, illegal wars are being waged against other countries, where thousands and thousands of innocent people are being killed with bombs, with drones, and yet all that should be going towards building hospitals, towards building schools, rather than killing innocent people. Well, at the same time, there is the threat of climate crisis, that is continuing to deepen. Sea levels are rising and leading many countries around the world to be poor. Billions of people across the world go hungry, have no work, have few skills. Inequality within and between countries is growing. Many societies are becoming more fragmented and isolated. Political discourse and debate is being reshaped by algorithms that fuel extremism and hate. And it is good today that you all are participating in this global progressive mobilization to change the narrative, to show the world that there are people who are progressive, who want to see the right things being done in the world. I applaud you and I thank you for standing up, for showing those who are powerful that you will not be cowards. This may be a time for crisis, but it is not a moment of doubt or despair. This is a moment for action. This is a moment for mobilization. This is a moment for renewal. For most of us alive today, there's never been a more important moment than now for global progressive revival. A revival that is confident in its values, clear in the purpose of its beliefs, and united in its resolve. This moment of severe crisis is at the same time a moment of unique opportunity. It is an opportunity to galvanize, to bring together the forces of progressive change, to forge a new path of peace, democracy, and social justice. This is the time that we must never waste. This is the time that we must embrace. And it is also an opportunity for a new generation of progressive people to emerge and to develop a vision of a better, more just, and more inclusive world. This, comrades and friends, is an opportunity to confront the forces of reaction. We have gained much ground by offering people easy answers to complex problems. They have exploited legitimate grievances about jobs, about security, about identity, and they have redirected people's fears and anger towards the most vulnerable. The progressive response cannot be only to oppose. We must offer something that is better. We must speak to the real concerns of working people, of communities that feel left behind, of young people who cannot see a future that makes sense to them. We must present a vision that is grounded in people's experiences, that recognizes their concerns, that addresses their pain, and overcomes their fears. We must pursue a path that is empowering and inclusive. Across the world, we must build a united front of governments, and I'm really great that there are quite a number of governments that are represented here today. Governments that clearly declare that they are not afraid. They are not afraid of one person in the world, that they will stand up and speak for their people. That is what we want. It is good also to have political parties, trade unions, social movements, think tanks and influencers and social activists that are bound together by a shared desire of a better world. There is a better world that we can build together. This must be a united front against inequality and poverty. It must revive the drive towards the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This must be a movement for climate action. It must ensure that countries honor their commitments to curb emissions. We must build a global movement that enables countries to undertake just and inclusive transitions that drive social and economic development, whilst protecting affected communities and workers across the world. We must build a world of genuine multilateral cooperation with global institutions that are representative. We must stand firm on the reform of global institutions like the United Nations, that the United Nations cannot continue operating in the same way as it has in the past. We have many countries that should be represented in the United Nations Security Council. We have the whole continent of Africa with 1.4 billion people. It's not represented. We have Latin America. We have big countries like Brazil. We have big countries like India. We have big countries around the world that must be represented and have a voice. So we must advance peace through diplomacy, through dialogue, through multilateral organizations, and not have a few countries that are going to have a veto vote and block everything that talks about progress in the world. We must also address uncomfortable issues, such as the debt burden that holds back many developing economies. We must reform the financial architecture of the world and close the financing gap for development. Yes, the IMF and the World Bank must also be reformed. It cannot be institutions that continue to represent Western interests only. So the reform must be comprehensive. A global progressive revival is underway. Your presence here speaks to that. In far-flung communities, in social formations and political parties, on university campuses and factory floors, on social media and across the airwaves, the clamor for progressive change is growing. And today, here in Barcelona, this gathering in Barcelona provides greater impetus to this revival. I am certain that as we leave here today, we will leave more united, with a more cohesive voice, more purposeful, and more determined than ever when we arrive. So I leave back for Africa encouraged, elated, knowing that the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, the people of Sudan, the people of Africa, yes, the people in the Middle East, do not stand alone. They have your support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
From afar for this remarkable gathering. Thank you for creating a space that brings together leaders, activists, and thinkers from across the world to address some of the most pressing issues facing our global community. Around the globe, we see citizens demanding dignity, safety, and opportunity, and we see young people insisting on a better future for themselves. We see communities standing up for truth against disinformation, for their rights against repression, and for hope over fear. Your work here is part of that global movement. I want to thank the organizers and partners of this event, and every one of you attending this plenary. Your commitment really matters, and how more than ever. So let's keep standing up for freedom, for justice, for equality, for the simple but powerful idea that together we can shape a better future no matter what the odds may be against that promise. I wish you an inspiring and successful global progressive mobilization, and I look forward to seeing the work and activism that comes out of it. Thank you all.
She made history as Sweden's first female prime minister. It is a real pleasure to have with us Magdalena Andersson, former Prime Minister of Sweden and party leader of the Social Democratic Party.
Compañeros y compañeras, Barcelona! What a beautiful crowd of progressive forces we have here. And Pedro Sánchez, muchas gracias para invitarnos, and thank you to all of those who organized this fantastic event. And this event is organized in exactly the right moment. A moment where people across the world is seeing the consequences of right-wing authoritarian actions in their everyday life. A moment where the man in the White House is increasingly unpopular. And a moment when the Hungarians threw Orban out of power. And friends, my name is Magdalena Andersson, and this is the moment when in September I plan on becoming Prime Minister of Sweden again. Dear friends, on a few rare occasions during our lifetime, we witnessed the geopolitical landscape transform. And right now, the world as we know it is fundamentally changing. The world with international cooperation, international institutions, international trade, international law, it is not only under pressure. Authoritarian powers are holding it hostage. The world as we know it for the last 80 years, the world of yesterday, it is gone. And it will not come back. So we are finding ourselves as a critical juncture in history. And as progressives, we have to find an answer of what comes next. That is our responsibility to the millions of people across the world that trust us to build a better future for all. And how do we create a world where we solve problems together, where we uphold our ambitions not only to have law and order within our countries, but also between? And friends, why is a rules-based international order so important to progressives? Because it is important for ordinary people, because so many of their everyday problems can only be solved at a global level. Climate change don't stop at the border. Pollution don't stop at the border. The powers of multinational
companies don't stop at the border. The influence of big tech companies on our everyday lives don't stop at the border. And an increased global trade that has lifted millions of people out of poverty. It needs rules to function and progressive politics for a fair distributions to all. That is social democratic policy. And the opposite of a rules-based world order is a world when a few powerful men dominate the rest. And we won't let the authoritarian forces have their way. And that is why we will join forces with everyone who stands up for international law, stands up for democracy, and stands up for freedom. And friends, we're all here in the business of improving the lives of ordinary people. And that means that as social democrats, we must always have the answer to the question, how are we going to make ordinary people's lives better? If we don't have that focus, we lose elections. If you don't have that focus, we leave the field open for right-wing authoritarian forces. And right now, the world is facing a new war, leading not only to civilian suffering, but to higher prices and lower growth for all around the globe. And this is the time to show everyone across the globe that we have the answer for a better future for all. And then, what is our answer? I think of it as a triangle. One corner is a progressive economic program with easy-to-understand reforms that make everyday life easier. Let it be better pensions for blue-collar workers, affordable housing, good health care, education, and elderly care, regardless of income. But it has to be tangible reforms. The second corner is a forward-looking growth policy with investments in infrastructure, AI, green technology, a pro-growth agenda that attracts investments, creates jobs, and real wage income increases. And the third corner is a credible plan on how to make sure that people are safe in their communities. Because if you don't feel safe, you don't have any trust in the future. We have to make the conflict come back to material issues, not wage a culture war, because that's a war that the right-wing authoritarian forces will win. We have to make it back on material issues to prove that we can improve the lives of ordinary people. But let's be honest, we haven't been good enough at providing that answer, and that's why the right-wing authoritarian forces have been able to exploit it. My party, we have done important work during the last 4 years. We have listened, we have learned, we have returned to our roots, and we come back stronger, grounded in our core values, ready to take responsibility for our country again. Our mission is to improve the ordinary daily life of people, hard-working people across our nation, and strengthen the sense of community. I will not promise everything to everyone, but I will go above and beyond to make the life of ordinary Swedes a little better and a little easier, because that is what the Swedish people deserve, that is what people across the globe deserve, and this is how we build strong societies, this is how we build cohesion and a better future for all. Thanks for listening.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome all of you to Global Progressive Mobilization. Thank you for being here with us all today. So it was progressive forces that built the welfare state and ensure social protections for all. With global economic pressures and persistent inequality, the welfare state is a priority. I am very glad to introduce the following speakers with us. Nadak Baknosini Gawalate, I hope I pronounced good your name, Vice President of Botswana. And then we have with us Kata Tuto, President of the European Committee of Regions. Thank you for being here with us. And Owen Jones, author. So I would like to begin now with the Vice President of Botswana, President Galot. Your government is promoting a new Botswana. How will you empower the citizens in Botswana, please?
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. We believe in what is called the new Botswana. This is a Botswana that we believe will be the best managed nation on the African continent, a nation that believes in unity, a nation that is the paragon of fairness, a nation that is the paragon of inclusive growth. We believe in building a nation that is high income, export-driven, digitally enabled, and people-centric economy. We believe that the welfare state did not fail. It stalled. We believe that what failed, or rather, what was meant to be a pathway from vulnerability to dignity and from dignity to participation in the economy has been lost. We lost the narrative when the pathway broke, when support did not lead to opportunity, when social protection did not lead to production. And the result is what many societies are now facing: systems that reach people but do not move people forward. So we need to reset, and the reset is clear. Protection alone is not transformation. Policy is not enough. Outcomes are what matters. We need to move, and we are moving, from consumption to production. We need to move from dependency to empowerment. We need to move from programs to pathways. And ultimately, dignity does not come from being supported. It comes from being able to participate. And for us in Botswana, this is not abstract. We will indeed build a high income, a people-centric economy where our welfare system becomes an enabling system, one that connects people to opportunity, not just support. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. And then I'll go to our dear Kata. President Tuto, you have been a long-standing fighter for democratic participation and equality of life at European and local level in Budapest. After 16 years, Viktor Orban will no longer be a prime minister in Hungary. So what does this mean for the people of the country and for Europe?
Thank you so much for all your support. We really felt it last Sunday. I come from Budapest, where citizens proved that it is the people who have the power, and they decided to take back the power for Viktor Orban. This is what they decided. I come from the city of Budapest, where the city and its mayor became, in the past 6 years, the symbol of resistance. But not just the symbol of resistance, but of showing a different path for Hungary. Last Sunday, we started to rewrite the story Hungary tells about itself to the world. But this story started to be written years ago, because when the government banned the Budapest Pride, Budapest held the biggest pride ever that has been organized all around. We show the different path in green transition, because when the Viktor Orban government strengthened the ties with Russia to buy more fossil fuels, Budapest joined the European cities who wanted to become climate neutral and be a champion of the green transition. And when the government took away the rights of civil society, when they concentrated the power, Budapest introduced participatory budgets, participatory measures to show that government and leadership can be different, can be better. This is why I always say, and this is our role here, this is why I came to call on all of the local leaders, that this is the time when the responsibility of local progressive leaders is bigger than ever, because local leaders are reserves of democracy, reserves of attention, and reserves of the progressive family, and this is the time to tap into these reserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Catherine. So, Mr. Jones, as a journalist, you advocate for a new distribution of wealth and power. To close the gap between rich and poor, what measure do you propose?
Friends, the concentration of wealth in the hands of so few is an existential menace. It's a global emergency. The richest 1% own half the world's wealth, and just 2,500 billionaires own 15%, but the bottom half of humanity have just 2% amongst them. It's not just unjust. It's bad for our economy. It drives asset bubbles instead of productive investment, and it suppresses the living standards of the majority. And it threatens our democracy, because of the concentration of wealth means the concentration of power. Think political donations, lobbying, media power, access. And that is why we need a tax on wealth, because we tax work more than wealth, even as the select few benefit from sitting on their rising wealth without lifting a finger. We need a tax on wealth because it will stop that wealth being locked in property and shares instead of being invested in the real economy and increasing the spending power of ordinary people. Think of what we could do with this liberated wealth if we tax these fortunes. Since the banks crashed the economy and forced ordinary people to pick up the tab, we've been told that there isn't enough money for the welfare state and our public services. We have suffered a great reverse in our rights and progress. But we could invest in tackling the existential threat that confronts our species, the climate emergency, and in doing so create jobs and invest in services like public transport that improves lives. And indeed, the need to end that dependence on fossil fuels has been underlined by one or two things in the news as of late. But friends, we could also have that money to invest in housing, in healthcare, in education, and all-out war on child poverty. And this isn't an economy-wrecking measure. The International Monetary Fund, not exactly a den of raging lefties, they found that economic growth is weakened by the concentration of wealth in the hands of so few, whilst if we boost the spending power of those who are the majority, that boost growth. But friends, there is another reason why this is existential finally. Our broken economic order fuels understandable disillusionment, fury, and resentment, and that produces endless fodder for the rise of the far right. And friends, previous generations thought they had buried fascism, and at such cost after a genocidal war of annihilation, but the fascists are back from the dead and they threaten to destroy democracy itself all over again. If we want to defeat them, we must defeat the causes of the despair that they feed from. So friends, let's tax wealth, invest in people, communities, planet, and save democracy from corruption by the rich and from the fascists. Solidarity.
Tax wealth. Very nice way to finish this first question. Thank you very much for your contribution. And let me now ask one final question to each of you. Citizens want policies to be effective. Do you progressive make sure this is the case? So I'll get back to you again, Mr. Jones. Please share your thought with us in 30 seconds. Mr. Jones, I was addressing to you. I don't know if you heard my question. No worries. The sound is a little bit, you know. Yeah.
Friends, we've got to remember that the way we win our rights and freedoms isn't the goodwill and generosity of those with power, it's the struggle and sacrifice of people from below. Those with power don't wake up one day and think, oh, I feel generous, I'm going to improve people's rights and their lives. They do so because people struggle and they fight. Whether it be women's rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights of minorities, workers' rights, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and we need to organize in our communities rather than just having hopes in leaders to solve all our problems. So let's build those communities, those movements from below to take on those with power.
Thank you very much. Sorry, because the sound has sometimes traveled, as you can hear. So, Ms. Tuto, we would like to listen to your views, and the floor is yours.
Yes, I have a mantra because hope goes together with optimism. And I always say we have to be the optimists of the world and Europe. But how? Because who is a pessimist? A pessimist is a person who is usually right, but has no happiness in being right. So who is an optimist? An optimist is a person who thinks that the future is uncertain. So she does everything in her power to change the future for the better. That is our duty. This is what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Final. Vice President Golat, what is your key takeaway?
Citizens no longer evaluate governments by intention. They evaluate them by lived experience. They ask the question, can I find work? Do services function? Is opportunity real? And the truth is, most policies do not fail in design. They fail in implementation. Analysis without execution is delay. Transformation is often blocked not by big ideas, but by small failures. Failures of processes that move too slowly, failures of systems that are fragmented, failures of decisions that no one owns to the end. So the shift we should be making and the shift we are making is very deliberate. We must move from fragmented programs to integrated systems. We must move from institutional mandates to citizen pathways. We must move from activity to outcomes. But there is a deeper layer beneath delivery. I call it trust, because systems do not succeed on design alone. They succeed on trust, they succeed on legitimacy. People participate when they believe that resources are well managed. Citizens participate when they know that government acts with integrity. Citizens participate when they know that results are visible. And we must be honest, a system that supports but does not empower is postponement. A system that collects taxes but does not deliver loses legitimacy. So the standard is simple. If people cannot feel progress,
they will not believe in it. So, my end result is nations are not built by intention. They are built by execution.
Thank you very much. A big applause to all our speakers, please, here. I believe we got great insight in progressive welfare state and actions for citizens. Thank you, and thank you all that came from very long and far away to here to this global progressive mobilization. You are all very much welcome. Thank you very much.
Friends, welcome to the next panel on the green transition. My name is Johan Hassel. I'm a senior fellow at Center for American Progress. The green transition is essential for our generation and for future generations. It is also a central battlefield between progressives and reactionaries. And today we're here to discuss this, and I'm very pleased to welcome Teresa Ribera, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, and Antti Lindman, the leader of the Finnish Socialist Party. Mr. Lindman, your country, Finland, has one of the most ambitious legal frameworks to be carbon neutral by 2035. How can Finland's green transition serve as a role model for Europe's energy independence?
Thank you, Johan, and great to be here. I want to start with a story, because a little over 50 years ago, back 60s and 70s, Finland had a major political battle. The question was simple. Should our factories be allowed to pollute our lakes and rivers? Industry and, of course, the conservatives pushed back hard, but Finland decided, we will bring emissions under control. Today, we have one of the most cleanest and competitive industrial bases everywhere in the world. And that wouldn't be without that decision. This is, for me, the essence of the progressive politics, especially in environmental and climate policy. Former Swedish Prime Minister, I'm sure you heard, Stefan Löfven, wise man, once said, when he was once asked that whether he was feared that new technology would take away jobs. His answer was smart. I'm not afraid of a new technology. I am afraid of old technology. Under social democratic leadership, under Prime Minister Sanna Marin's cabinet, Finland set one of the most ambitious climate goals in the world, to become the world's first carbon-neutral welfare society by 2035. Today, in Finland, we are at the opposition, and the right-wing government is pulling this goal in the wrong direction. But when we return, we will continue this work. Not only because it's the right thing for the future generations. We will continue because in the age when distant wars can suddenly cripple the economies of fossil-dependent countries, we understand that the answer is not more fossil dependency. It is to accelerate the green transition. We will continue because we don't want to finance Putin's cruel war in Ukraine. and we will continue because we see that the greatest opportunities for our economy lie on clean and new technologies. So that's why we want to set an example for the whole of Europe. But just in the end, I want to tell what matters me the most, personally. In the year 2035, it's very important for me personally. My daughter, who is turning 9 this year, will celebrate her birthday, 18th birthday, in November 35. I don't want her to ask me, Dad, why didn't you do enough so we could live in a clean planet? I want her to ask, how did you do it? How did you make Finland the world's first carbon neutral welfare society? And this is what the progressive climate policy is about. It's about the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Vice President Ribera, people in this room remember when you did your job negotiating the social and the green transition in Spain. Now you are leading the battle in Europe to reconcile competitiveness, decarbonization, and social well-being. How do you reply to the reactionaries that try to make people afraid of the green transition?
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, bona tarda a tothom. Un placer estar aquí. De nuevo en Barcelona y con una habitación llena de energía renovable, positiva y progresista. Yes, we can do it. We can do it. We are doing it and we will succeed. What can I say? I would say that there are 3 steps that we need to take into consideration. First, build the long list of reasons why we want to bring the energy transition forward, the hidden cost that we want to avoid. Because climate change kills people, destroys wealth, and brings suffering. Climate change is one of the endeavors, challenges, and duties that we have to face. Health is another hidden cost. Vulnerabilities and dependencies that we do not want to afford. Intermittency of those energies that seem to be reliable but are not. But there are also positive reasons. There are races that we don't want to miss. We don't want to miss the opportunity to build competitiveness, to reduce costs, to allow resources to be reinvested in the people and to create more opportunities for the time to come. And of course, we want fairness, justice, affordability, opportunities for the people. The second step is how we can do it. And this is mainly a technical question. What are the homegrown possibilities that we have around us? How the system can work? How we can put things in place? How we can ensure that it is financially viable? But the most important step is thinking about the people. Thinking about those that have been working for generations to provide wealth and modernization of the economy around coal, around gas, and that expect dignity, recognition, and respect, but also opportunities for the time to come. So thinking about the workers, the neighbors, the regions that depend on a very concrete manner to understand energy, but also have developed solidarity and very important things in the progressives' agenda of values. Think about the consumers that may be facing difficult times in the transition. And this is why anything that we want to succeed deserves political energy being committed on the ground, solidarity, preparation. This is the best way to achieve an energy transition that is fair and that brings competitiveness, to build clean tech, to lower the dependencies from abroad, to ensure efficient use of the resources and to think of the people of today and the people of tomorrow. And yes, we Europeans, and not only Europeans, we the progressive of all over the world know that it is worth to work in this agenda. We know that this is the future that we want to build, a bright future, a fair future for all.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Annie. Antti, this is truly important points. And as we're closing this panel, I want you to address what is the message that each and single person within inside of this room should go home and carry when it comes to the green transition. What is the message? Antti.
My message, Johan, is simple. Don't be afraid of the future. Be afraid of standing still. The green transition is not a cost. It's our greatest opportunity of this era for security, for jobs, for justice, and for the planet. So carry this with you. Hope is a strategy, ambition is a plan, and the future belongs to those who build it, progressives.
That is truly right. The future belongs to the progressives. Executive Vice President Ribera, what is your message?
My message is always think about the people. Join forces for good causes. Find ways to ensure that people feel empowered and owning the project, thinking on their own future, and count and develop great leadership among the progressives, as we had the chance, by the way, to count here in Spain. Take care and do it for your people, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is our future. It's our children. It's our future generations. So let's make it happen. Thank you all.
Barcelona. Hello, dear friends. We are here to discuss about justice, economic justice, social justice, and tax justice, because inequalities are rising and workers feel the impact as social rights are under attack. I'm very pleased to welcome here Mr. Gabriel Zuckman, Professor of Economics and Director of the International Tax Observatory. Thank you. We have also Mr. Andreas Babler, Vice Chancellor of Austria and Party Leader of SPÖ. Welcome, Andy. And then we have Madame Esther Lynch, General Secretary of ETUC, representing 45 million workers in Europe. Mr. Zuckman, I will start with you. Fair taxation is a cornerstone of the social model, and you are the architect of a proposal for a global 2% minimum tax on the wealth, the tax on the billionaires. How can we build on this initiative to better balance economic power towards ordinary citizens and workers in line with the G20 presidency work that you have done?
Thank you so much. I have some good news for you to announce, which is that we are making progress. We are making tremendous progress to finally make billionaires pay their fair share. Research has played a very important role in this because there's a body of work that's been conducted over the last few years that has shown that the super rich pay much less tax relative to their income than the rest of the population. We cannot accept it. We cannot accept it because it's a violation of the basic principle of equality before the law. We cannot accept it because it deprives governments of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in tax revenue each year. And we cannot accept it because it undermines our democracies. Extreme wealth is always an extreme power. It's the power to influence markets. It's the power to influence the prevailing ideology by buying media. It's the power to influence policy making. It's the power to buy elections. There is always a fundamental tension in our democratic societies between an extreme concentration of wealth on the one hand and the very possibility of well-functioning democracy on the other hand. So how are we going to fix that? Well, the fix has to involve creating a new principle, the principle that extreme wealth has to come with unavoidable duties towards society. That's the idea of an unavoidable minimum tax on the wealth of the super rich, which was first put on the agenda of the G20 by the Brazilian government in 2024. And this has created the beginning of an international movement. I want to praise, to commend the leadership of Brazil, of Spain, who are building a coalition of countries internationally to tax the super rich. I was in New York City a couple of days ago. I met with Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who is joining and supporting this battle to tax the ultra-wealthy. Today, I met with a number of heads of state who express their support, who want to press ahead. So we're making tremendous progress. What we now need is national action, because it's an international movement, but it needs a national implementation. We need countries, I don't know if it will be France or Spain or the Netherlands, or it could be any country, to lead by example, to show that not only we must, but we can tax the billionaires. We need it to put our laws in compliance with our most basic principles of fairness, of equality before the law. We need it if we want democracy to prevail in what is going to be, what is already is, the great battle of the 21st century, the battle between democracy and oligarchy. And I'm very confident that in that battle, democracy shall prevail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Zuckman. Now I'm turning to Vice Chancellor Andreas Babler. Too many people are struggling to make ends meet, and the war in Iran has also added further pressure, increasing the cost of living. Your party has been fighting for more tax justice and more equality, but you're also a leader, and Austria is even a model for affordable housing. Why is it so important, from your point of view, to link the question of social, economic justice and the fight for democracy?
Yeah, compañeras y compañeros, dear comrades, I'm very glad that we are discussing this topic today. I'm very proud to be also a part of this progressive mobilization meeting. It's an historic moment, and we can all feel in this hall, but also outside, that this is a historic day for the progressive movement worldwide. When we talk about extremism and about defending democracy in Europe, we still often talk as if this only about institutions, about laws, about constitutional rules. All of that is important. And we will be the one defending all these points, because they are very, very important, even in these days. But over these, we have to found something like a new axis. Now we have the axis from right-wing, from authoritarians like Trump, like Milei, like Orban recently, like other guys. We have to build up a new alliance, a new axis, an axis of reason. Who cares about democracy? Who cares about international law? Who cares about human rights? Who cares about freedom of speech? Who cares about the freedom of press, of medias? That's the progressive answer that we need from this moment, from this specific day, also from here out. And because we are progressive, we can give another answer. Because the problem is that this is not the full picture. The full picture is that democracy always stands on two pillars. One is the liberal democracy. We will defend it. But it protects rights and it saves all the pluralism and the rule of law. The other one is exactly important from the progressive point of view, is the social side of democracy, the social pillar of social rights, of the same wages, of inequality, overcoming inequality in all the fields that we have. Only if these both pillars are strong, both pillars are strong, then we have a democracy that's truly stable, and that's the progressive point of view. And what we are seeing across that many countries in the world is that not only the liberal pillar is under pressure, also the social pillar is getting weaker and weaker from day to day. Therefore, we need an answer. Therefore, we know that this is why inequality is not only a social problem, it's a deeply democratic problem, and we have to solve it. That we can go on. If people no longer believe that democracy can improve their lives, anti-democratic forces will use that. And so, we should also be honest in one big questions all over the world. Still struggling, that's our task, still struggling for one fundamental right, with the clearest form of income inequality, what we are able to face. Inequality between women and men. For example, also in Austria, women still earn around the fifth less than men. It's us that we have to overcome these circumstances. That is a serious injustice, and we have to fight also against inequality to save democracy at all. And let me say in the end, that means real opportunities for every single child over the world, for fair wages, affordable housing, access to culture, to sport and to public life, and the chance to build a good life. That's our progressive approach towards saving democracy on both pillars. That is necessary to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Andy. I turn now to Madame Lynch. When the super rich don't pay their bill, it's the workers who pay the bills. Thankfully, we have fighters like you and more trade unions friends. The movement is pushing back against all forms of injustice and demand a wealth tax. We also would like to thank you for your commitment for the global progressive mobilization with the Trade Union Assembly that you held yesterday. And thank you for all the trade unionists that are present also here today. What are the unions doing to support taxes on the richest?
Thank you, Yannick. When President Sánchez called on the trade union movement to join this movement of movements and be part of the progressive mobilization, I'm proud to say we answered that call. We came yesterday into an assembly, and in our assembly, we committed to fight the far right. Our trade union response, our answer to the far right, is social justice and our trade union values. We do not defend the status quo because the status quo is failing too many workers. From tax injustice to economic injustice, to sexism, to homophobia, to all of the hate. We know that this needs to be challenged. We're part of the fight back. We're part of the fight for a fair future. And our answer to the far right is jobs. Not just any jobs, but quality jobs. Quality jobs in every sector and every region. Our answer to the far right is pay. not poverty pay, but pay that you can afford to provide a home, food, and a future for yourself and your family. Our answer to the far right is better conditions at work, not stress, not burnout, not overmanagement by an algorithm, but a quality job based on fair terms and conditions. And our answer to the far right is not fear of the future, but a plan for the future, an industrial policy to deliver quality jobs with investment for the future, to make sure that every worker can succeed. So we will fight together, we will win together, we will deliver that plan, a plan based on justice, on fairness, and with trade unions front and centre, both for the fight but also in the delivery, in the workplace and in our economy and societies. Thank you, Yannick.
Thank you very much, Madam General Secretary, and thanks to all speakers for these inspiring words. And so to close this panel, let me ask you one final question to each of you. Which is the best practice that you can share to ensure economic, tax, and social justice? And I will start with the reverse order with you, Esther.
The best practice is to give undocumented workers a pathway to become documented. And I thank, on behalf of the European Trade Union Movement, President Sánchez and Spain for delivering that. It's the main way to fight exploitation, is to make sure that there's a level playing field for rights, for wages, for jobs. So really to thank, on behalf of the trade union movement, everything you're doing for undocumented workers.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Babler, what is your concluding remarks?
Yeah, there are 2 points I want to mention in this short way. The first point is we must regulate the markets. Over the past decades, in many countries, governments stepped back from areas where they used to take responsibility. Again and again, when problems appeared, politics stopped saying, we will regulate this or we will solve this, and instead said, the market will take care of it. And the crises of the recent years have shown that this was a serious mistake. And this is the point where we have to go back to the analysis that the market has to work for the people. That's our point. The market has to work for the people. And when wealth grows faster than everything in the economy, we have to intervene. And that is exactly what we did in Austria, that we started in this government to intervene in many of fields and lots of questions. We have taxed excess profits in the energy and banking sectors. We have limited the ability of some companies to turn inflation into extra profit. We are also paying more attention to taxing private foundations where a lot of wealth is held, and we are collecting a fair share of the banking sector. And additionally, we acted on housing because housing is not just another market. And the last point is tax the rich, and follow Gabriel Zuckman's points and his proposal. It's so important. It starts from a very simple democratic principle. That's your proposal, Gabriel, and I'm for it. Billionaires should not pay a lower share of their income of wealth than ordinary working people. Teachers, nurses, workers, and all the people who keep our societies running should not carry a heavier burden than those at the very top. And that's the proposal. Tax the rich. It's one of the best solutions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zuckman, the floor is yours for your concluding remark.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Thank you for your support. You know, it is not radical to ask the super rich to pay more tax than the rest of us. What is truly radical is the current situation, where they are allowed to pay almost nothing, where they are allowed to live in their own parallel society, in their own bubble. This is what we cannot accept anymore. Now, we need to work together to amplify the international movement that has started, that has continued today in Barcelona. This movement has begun, and I am certain, 100% certain, that it will be unstoppable and that we shall tax the billionaires.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Yonec Paulet, Deputy Secretary General of the PS, and I really would like to thank all the speakers for their eloquent message. And the message is clear. Economic inequalities needs to end. Social justice is the key. And tax justice with a billionaire tax is the tool that we need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barcelona.
Now, for a musical break, recognized as one of the most influential Spanish-speaking rappers in history, please welcome on stage El Choyin.
Normalmente no lo planeas, simplemente pasa. Tu mundo cambia y de repente sientes que has quemado otra etapa. Pierdes a alguien porque se fue, porque te echó, porque le echaste. Cuesta adaptarte, parte de ti quiere vivir como antes. No sabes cómo vas a hacer para seguir adelante. Nadie puede enseñarte a vivir los momentos frustrantes. A ratos crees estar seguro de que vas a ahogarte. Se ha llevado a la orilla a otra parte. Nadar no parece siquiera importante. Los consejos suenan vacíos e insignificantes. Tu mundo es tuyo, a ti no puede entenderte nadie. El dolor poco a poco se convierte en tristeza y es incluso peor porque afecta al motor y no deja que arranque las ganas en tu cabeza. Dos opciones ahora se presentan: te dejas llevar o te frenas. Te puedes hundir en la pena o puedes luchar contra ella. Acepta la ayuda de fuera, pero no olvides que es tu problema. Tú debes de ser el que lo enfrente, tú debes de ser quien lo resuelva. Hay una salida que espera por cada laberinto en el que te metas y eres uno mientras la buscas y pasas a ser otro en cuanto la encuentras. Nunca es la misma persona aquella que sale y que aquella que entra. Cada experiencia te esculpe. Esculpir es quitar lo que sobra la fuerza. No busques finales de cuentos, los cambios ocurren y no hay moraleja. Si hay una cosa que se acierta es que ninguna amargura es eterna. De las cenizas del fuego que consumió aquel hombre que yo resurjo con fuerza y no es una pesa, no lo hago para que me crean, es una certeza. No existe ese golpe que pueda dejarme tirado a la arena, no hasta que me muera, ya no. No hasta que sepa que cumple mis metas, soy yo. Aquello que queda y no lo recuerdo es que la vida arranca y se lleva. Hoy sé que añoro montones de cosas, sé que nunca volveré a tenerlas. El mundo sigue girando. Un golpe más sabio, un golpe más realista, un golpe más preparado. El miedo es de sensatos, pero rendirse a él es de mediocres. Podré tener muchos fallos, pero no seré de los que se esconden. Vivir es la asignatura que estudias año tras año y no hay vacaciones, solo lecciones, mi hermano. Se aprende de los errores. Tampoco es que sea complicado, es cuestión de tiempo que te equivoques, pero si he aprendido algo es que todo depende de cómo lo enfoques. Confieso que he dudado, me hundí desde allá abajo. Daba la sensación de que ya no valía la pena intentarlo, pero vuelvo, renovado como el ave que nace del fuego, lleno de nuevos proyectos. Quiero intentarlo de nuevo. Hoy pretendo poner todo mi esfuerzo en hacerlo siempre de acuerdo con lo que siento yo en cada momento. Contradictorio y complicado, así soy yo, con mis virtudes y pecados, pero yo no hay una norma superior a la que dice que yo debo demostrar valor y ánimo. Pero no los frenes que no salen y la decepción. Ser un ejemplo de completa determinación. Se recorte la tormenta aunque llueva. Mi cabeza siempre atenta, siempre fuera. Nadie podrá ser capaz de hacer que no crea que tengo fuerza para hacer y pasar lo que sea. Aquí despido al demonio de lo que era y me quito la mochila que tenía llena de piedras. Un nuevo yo despierta, un nuevo yo mejor de lo que era. He dejado que las cosas sucedieran, pero vuelvo a ser yo el tipo que retoma el control de sus riendas. Un nuevo enfoque, una nueva era. Nueva promesa de enfrentar lo que quiera que venga. Yo le digo adiós a la tristeza. Gracias por la compañía, pero debemos dejarlo, princesa. Hoy sé que la liberación estaba en mi cabeza, que la energía existía aunque no la viera. Tenía derecho a descansar en mi ratito de pena, pero ya pasó. Cuando se muda lo de fuera, esto es lo que queda: energía. Justicia para Palestina.
Injusticia para los genocidas.
A strong driving force of progressive renewal at the heart of Europe. Please give a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor of Germany and party leader of the SPD, Lars Klingbeil.
Dear friends, comrades, let me start by thanking all the people who organized this wonderful event. There are several organizations, a lot of people spending a lot of power and motivation for having this event. But there's one person, and I will thank you in the name of the German delegation, but I think also in the name of all others here in the room. It's Pedro Sánchez. Pedro, I want to thank you for your leadership, for organization of this event. You are a true leader. Thank you so much. And friends and comrades, take a look around this room. Leadership from every continent, different histories, different traditions, but we are united by the same progressive values. To fight for freedom, for justice, for prosperity for the many. And these are not slogans, these are values that are our mandate. And yes, in times of war, in times of crisis, in times of polarization, in times like these, progressives do not retreat. We organize, we lead, we build alliances. Where others try to divide us, we show here the progressive forces of this world stand together and united. And I said it before, thanks to Pedro Sánchez, to Stefan Löfven, to all the others organizing this event. And I'm convinced the time is right because we are needed. Where others spread hatred and division, we build bridges and stand for diversity. Where others deepen the fractures in our societies and exploit the weakest for political gain, we stand for solidarity. Where others rely on war and pure power policy, we choose international law, diplomacy, and peace. This is our way. And everyone is talking about the war in Iran. But let us be very clear and put the war in Ukraine on the agenda. And there is only one clear message. Putin has to stop this war in Ukraine. This is important, friends and comrades. The world is moving into a new order. We have seen the actions of President Trump regarding Venezuela and Iran. To make that very clear, I have no sympathy for those regimes. But I also want to make very clear, international law cannot simply be pushed aside. It cannot be simply pushed aside. And this is why Pedro Sánchez and other leaders make very clear, this is not our war. And we, comrades, we in Europe have seen the confrontation with President Trump over Greenland. We Europeans were vocal. We were united. We have shown that Europe's integrity and territory is not negotiable. Not today, not ever. Our position, our united position was a success, and we made very clear no one should be able to blackmail us in Europe. But we still have to do our homework. We still have to do our homework. Europe has to become much more stronger, more resilient, and more capable of action. It's not against others, but never dependent on others. We have to strengthen the partnership with the global south. And comrades, let me also underline that in too many places, wealth is concentrated in ever fewer hands. There are tech oligarchs. Shape public debate without democratic accountability. Fear has become a business model for them. Division is a political strategy for them. Power is being misused by them. These tech bros want people to believe that democracy is too slow, that solidarity is too weak, that justice is too expensive. Look at people like Peter Thiel, who once said, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." Comrades, we know better. We know better. We know better. It's not the rule. It's not the rule of the strong, but the rule of the law. It's not walls between nations. It's partnership between democracies. It's not the privilege for the few. It's the opportunity for the many. And this is the fight of our time, comrades. This is the fight of our time. Dear friends and comrades, the global right is organized. It's organized across borders and across continents, and so we must be too. The far right is international, and so we must be too. The future does not belong to the loudest. The future belongs to those who build bridges, who stand together, to those who refuse to give up on democracy. Today in Barcelona, every continent is represented because the fight for democracy has no borders. So let us fight for democracy, for our communities, for the people. Let us fight for our people and let us fight together. I am convinced, comrades, this is not just a political contest. This is a fight for democracy and we intend to win it. Thank you.
Hola, Barcelona. Progressives have always stood up for strong workers' rights. In the current global economic context, empowering workers is key. We will discuss this today with the following speakers. Mariana Mazzucato, Professor in the Economics of Innovation and Public Value, UCL. Paul Magnet, leader of PS Belgium. And Jesse Klaver, leader of GroenLinks PvdA in the Netherlands. Professor Mazzucato, participation, reciprocity and reward sharing are central to your vision. How can governments redesign the economy to strengthen workers' rights in 21st century jobs and drive social purpose?
So it's a very, very important question. And to be honest, biologists are much more rigorous than economists. When a biologist uses the word ecosystem, they will actually differentiate a symbiotic ecosystem from a parasitic one. So a progressive mobilization really needs to focus on how to change the social contract between all the different actors in the economy, capital, labor, public, private, but we have a huge problem. The labor share of global income has fallen over time, the profit share has increased, and the investment share has also fallen. So we have an economy which allows profits, but those profits are not reinvested back in. So this idea of reciprocity is to make sure that every government is held accountable. We should not have procurement contracts, subsidies, guarantees, public loans, or bailouts during COVID that are not about a real deal. What is business giving back? And currently the problem is there's been something like 7 trillion, that's 12 zeros for those who forgot, of share buybacks in the economy. So when profits are being made, businesses are just buying back their shares to boost stock prices, stock options, and executive pay. So the idea of reciprocity is how do we actually make sure, for example, that when a government gives the water right to Pepsi-Cola or Coca-Cola, there's a contract which demands that the industrial wastewater be recycled. Instead of what? The current situation where 80% of industrial wastewater is not recycled. In other words, sustainability is a choice. Second, how can we make sure that, for example, any public loan is conditional that the profits are reinvested back into the economy, that improve working conditions, worker pay, and actually use energy-efficient supply chains, even when it's semiconductor companies. In other words, sustainability is not just about energy, it's about actually embedding sustainability into how we do everything, how we move, how we dress, how we grow our food. And again, this is not currently what we do. And so ultimately, this is also about admitting that the economy is an outcome. There are no economic pressures. Anytime someone says to you, the market pressure, that's not true. The market is an outcome of how business is organized. Is it maximizing shares or maximizing stakeholder value? How government is organized, is it just fixing market failures, or is it actively driven by public value and negotiating properly with business instead of just giving giveaways? And ultimately, this has to be embedded in how we do all policies like industrial strategy. And even though we need renewable energy, I can tell you, renewable energy is one of the sectors that currently is evading a lot of tax. So instead of thinking about sectors, think of outcomes, and how can we actually make sure that we have true transformation driven by investment, reciprocity, improving working conditions, worker pay, and that is about innovation, because growth is a function of investment, and if we allow inertia in the system, profits to be had without reinvesting, that is not an innovative economy. And we progressives need to hold all the different actors to account when we talk about industrial strategy or innovation for good and not for bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. Paul, Mr. Magnette, against the conservative tide, you fight for quality jobs, sustainability, and for the workers' rights. Can you explain a bit more why, as progressives, we have the best way forward?
Well, thank you, Sar, and buenas tardes, Barcelona. It's so good to see thousands of friends gathered here in this immense hall. It's a warm message for us all. So yes, in Belgium, under the former government, with the socialists in the government, we created 300,000 jobs, and we got 400,000 people out of poverty in less than 4 years. And how did we do that? Well, it's quite simple. We increased the minimum wage with 400 euros. We increased the minimum pensions with 400 euros. And we invested massively, notably in public health. And it works. To be honest, compañeras, compañeros, there is one European government that did it better than us. And that government, that's your government, Pedro. That's Spain, and thank you for that. Thank you for showing the way for all the rest of Europe. This is very, very important. The right wing, the conservatives, the far right, they will always say, like Margaret Thatcher, there is no alternative. We have to cut the expenses. We have to reduce the wages. We demonstrate every day that there is an alternative, that we can do it differently. They want to cut the expenses in the public jobs. We invest in public services and climate transition. They want to reduce the wages. We support the low wages and the minimum wage. And it works. And we have a better growth. And we have a better economic transition and better energy prices for the people. And also, dear friends, dear comrades, this is the only way towards what should be the major target of all the socialists. We need to build full employment again. We need to give every citizen a job, a decent job, a well-paid job. Unemployment. Unemployment is a cancer in the society. It divides the citizens. It opposes the worker among themselves. And it reduces the workers' rights and the workers' wages. Full employment not only gives everyone the capacity to do its best in the society, but also gives the worker the capacity to negotiate better rights and better wages. And we socialists, we know that the real heroes in the society are not the oligarchs and the billionaires. The real heroes in the society are the workers, the trabajadores, those who wake up every morning very early to educate our children, to take care of our parents, to produce the goods that we need. So good friends, compañeras, compañeros, the far right, the conservative, they will try to divide us. They will try to divide the population, but you will keep united. I will always remember a phrase that my parents told me that I was a little boy. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. What does that say? Muchas gracias, compañeros.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Klaver, yes, sir. Your party champions green and just transition. The conservatives, the far right, say that this is destructive for workers and citizens. What is your message?
Buenas tardes. You know what's destructive for people? The far right. That's destructive for people. And I hope everybody has a good day. And I hope everybody has a good Congress. But from up tomorrow, we need to get into the streets. Not being together here, but in the streets. Because we need to show the people that we are not fighting for them, but we are fighting with them. The extreme right is doing more harm to our societies than you possibly can imagine. It's not only about the hatred they are spreading, it's about the way they are ruining our economies. They are ruining the way our families and our countries can live. And what we need is progressives who are united. So in the Netherlands, we did something special. We brought the Greens and the Social Democrats together. We brought them together in a new party and we called them the Progressive Netherlands. Pro. And I hope in all your countries you try to do the same. Because for too long, in my opinion, progressives are fighting each other. We try to fight each other and convince each other that we are better. But we need to be in this fight together. We have to do it side by side. So I hope that in all the countries we're coming from, we find our companions, not only in political parties, but also in civil society. That is the only way forward, in my opinion. So thank you all, and thank you especially Pedro Sánchez for bringing us all together and showing you your leadership to the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, yes, sir. To close this panel, Professor Mazzucato Mariana, what is your final message when it comes to workers' rights and labor markets in the 21st century?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm very happy to announce that with Minister Cuerpo, we've launched today the Global Council on New Economic Thinking for a Common Good Economy. And the problem we have, the reason we have not been embedding workers' rights at the center of the economy is that within economics even, we don't really have a theory of the common good. You'll have heard words like public good. It sounds good. Two words, one is good, but it's just a correction. It's a correction again for market failure. That's why we hear about financial gaps. 7 trillion in a financial gap for the Sustainable Development Goals. And that always makes it sound like there's a hole where we have to go throw money, as opposed to structuring our economy, structuring procurement, structuring public loans, to have that good at the center. And if you think about philosophy, they've been talking about the common good for much longer than economists, and Aristotle even. He said the goal, the telos, but also the polis, not the police, but the polis, the community. And the idea is that the how we treat each other, capital, labor, public, private, public, citizens, matters as much as what we're trying to do. So that's why we've called this council on the common good economy. And what you've just said is critical. We cannot talk about in a progressive coalition, we will do good things for people. No, no, no. With them, but that means we need to listen. So it's not just about workers' rights. We need workers' voice, real deliberation at the center of the strategies, at the center of the future of industrial strategy. We should stop having tokenistic representation. And I'll finish by saying something that I learned in Brazil during the COP conference that we just had in the Amazon. The Secretary for Traditional Peoples, when the Amazon Fund was presented, she said, again, you're going to create a fund for us? She said, we need to govern the fund. You need to see us as innovators. We have been preserving the forests for 1,000 years. Pay us for the innovation and the knowledge we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse Klaver, Mariana Mazzucato, and Paul Magnet.
A courageous voice for democracy and civil rights in a time where they're under attack in his country. We're thrilled to have with us today Özgür Özel, leader of the Republican People's Party of Turkey.
Değerli yoldaşlar, bugün bu kürsüden dünyadaki bütün yoldaşlarımıza demokrasi diyen, eşitlik diyen, özgürlük diyen, çok taraflılık diyen milyonlara hitap ediyor olmaktan büyük bir mutluluk ve onur duyuyorum. Pek çok uluslararası toplantıda bir araya geliyoruz ama bu sefer farklı. Farklı çünkü bugün hep birlikteyiz. Ayrıştırılan, kutuplaştırılan, yıkıcı siyasetin yerine birleştiren, birbirinden güç alan bir siyaseti hep birlikte kurmanın heyecanını yaşıyoruz. 1,5 yıl önce tohumlarını hep birlikte attığımız bir fikrin bugün can bulması ile başlayan yeni bir yolculuğun kararlılığını ve mutluluğunu taşıyoruz. Avrupa Sosyalist Partisi PES'in ev sahipliğinde Sosyalist Enternasyonal ile İlerici İttifak'ın artık birbirinden ayrı değil, birbirine güç veren bir büyük birliktelik içinde yol yürümeye başlaması önerisi etrafında buluşuyoruz. Sosyalist Enternasyonal Başkanı dostum Pedro'yu ve bunun önünü açan İlerici İttifak'tan dostum Lars'ı, bütün bu birlikteliğin en ciddi katkıyı yapan PES Başkanı Stefan Löfven'i, bu üç lider nezdinde bütün yoldaşlarımı işte bu heyecan ve kararlılıkla selamlıyorum. Değerli yoldaşlar, dünyada otoriterliğin yükseldiği, demokrasinin ve hukukun üstünlüğünün yıkılmaya çalıştığı bir dönemdeyiz. Bizi bugün bir araya getiren ise bu yıkım girişimine dur deme kararlılığımızdır. 21. yüzyılın ikinci çeyreğine girerken birbirinden öğrenen robotlardan, karanlık fabrikalardan ve yapay zekadan endişe ediyorduk. Ama karşımıza birbirinde konuşan, birbirinden öğrenen ve birbirine güç veren otokratların karanlık siyasetini bulduk. Kendi iktidarlarının devamı uğrunda demokrasiyi, hukukun üstünlüğünü, eşitliği, adaleti, toplumsal refahı yıkmaktan çekinmeyen bir anlayışı görüyoruz. Bu salondaki irade işte bu yıkım gayretine verilmiş en iyi cevaptır. İhtiyacımız olan birbirinden öğrenen, birbirine öğreten, birbirine güç veren ilericilerdir. Ve işte o irade bu salondadır. Bugün 6 kıtadan ilericiler bu salonda ve hep birlikte bir seferberlik ilan ediyoruz. Seferberliğimiz kurumları, kuralları ve demokrasiyi gerileten otoriterliğe karşı hep beraber durmak içindir. Kararlılığımız kurumları inşa etmek, kuralları tesis etmek, demokrasiyi yaşatmak içindir. Değerli yoldaşlar, geçen hafta Macaristan'da tüm dünyaya önemli bir mesaj verildi. Otoriterliğe karşı olan herkes gerekiyorsa kısa vadede kendinden fedakarlık yaparak bir büyük demokrasi cephesini oluşturabileceğini gösterdi. Ve bu birliktelik otoriterliğin halktan güç alarak yenilebileceğini hepimize ve tüm dünyaya gösterdi. Türkiye'de de son yerel seçimlerde biz bunu başardık. 47 yıl sonra partimizi Türkiye'nin birinci partisi yaptık. Türkiye nüfusunun %65'ini partimize ait sosyal demokrat belediye başkanları yönetiyor. Ancak sonrasında çok ağır bir saldırıya uğradık. İstanbul'un seçilmiş belediye başkanını 15,5 milyon yurttaşımızın ön seçimde belirlediği Cumhurbaşkanı adayımız olarak seçtiği Ekrem İmamoğlu'nu hapse atarak bir sonraki iktidara bugünden darbe yapan anlayışa karşı bir yılı aşkın süredir milyonlarla birlikte meydanlarda mücadele veriyoruz. Bir darbeye karşı halkın iradesini savunuyoruz. Son bir yılda demokrasi ve adalet için tam 105 dev miting yaptık. Bunların adına miting değil, demokrasiyi koruma eylemleri diyoruz. Son bir yılda bu eylemlere 16 milyondan fazla vatandaşımız katıldı. 26 milyon kişi Ekrem İmamoğlu'nun özgürlüğü için imza attı. Tüm baskılara rağmen mücadelemizi kararlılıkla sürdürmeye devam ediyoruz. Bu seferberliğin çatısı ülkemizde tüm demokratların katıldığı Türkiye İttifakı'dır. Mücadelemizde sembol olan milyonların seslendirdiği bir sloganımız var. Bertolt Brecht'ten. Kurtuluş yok tek başına, ya hep beraber ya hiçbirimiz. Kurtuluş yok tek başına, ya hep beraber ya hiçbirimiz. Ve son söz, Filistin'i selamlayarak, Ukrayna'daki, İran'daki kadınları ve çocukları selamlayarak, dünyanın bütün mağdur ve mazlumlarını selamlayarak, dünyanın bütün çocuklarını ve bütün kadınlarını selamlayarak savaşa hayır diyoruz. Savaşa hayır, barış hemen şimdi. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kurtuluş yok tek başına. Ya hep beraber ya hiçbirimiz.
Friends, let's now speak about democracy. We just saw the video. My name is Thomas Vorbel. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the Party of European Socialists, and it's a pleasure and an honor for me to welcome with me here on the stage 3 true fighters for democracy. And I start with Risa Ontiveros, Senator from Akbayan Citizen Action Party from the Philippines. Welcome.
Thank you, Thomas.
Next to Alicia Barcena, Minister of Environment from Mexico. Also a warm welcome, please. And then someone I actually don't have to introduce, but of course I will do it. Please welcome Irache Garcia Perez, leader of the S&D group in the European Parliament. We all know democracy is under pressure right now worldwide, with authoritarian leaders and regimes attacking its values, attacking its institutions. And the question we want to discuss here is how to renew democracy in this context. And Risa, let's start with you. You have been at the forefront of defending democratic values in your country, of defending democratic accountability in the Philippines in difficult times. What is the one decisive action government must take today to protect our democracy? It's your turn.
Tama, one decisive action for governments to genuinely protect the independence of institutions that hold power to account. Institutions must be protected from political capture. In the Philippines, I've seen this up close. We know what it means to live through typhoons, economic insecurity, and bullying by superpowers. And what makes that bearable, what makes survival possible with dignity, is not a strong man who promises order. It is functional, trustworthy institutions that truly serve the people. But we have also watched those institutions come under great pressure. Courts, commissions, human rights bodies, weakened, captured, or ignored. And when that happens, the price is paid, as it always is, by the most vulnerable. Our farmers, our fisherfolk, our workers, the millions of Filipino overseas workers in the Middle East right now face deep uncertainty because of the decisions emanating from Washington and Tel Aviv and then Tehran. Decisions in which they had no part. So, what does protection actually look like? First, let us holistically empower civil society formations. In the Philippines, this countervailing force proved that it was not only the formal institutions that held the line alone during the previous administration. It was journalists, and our Nobel laureate Maria Ressa is here, lawyers, women's groups, churches, and ordinary people who refused to normalize what was happening. Second, international solidarity and peer pressure. So gatherings like this one really matter. When democratic backsliding is named, documented, and called out by peers, it raises the cost of impunity. Bilateral and multilateral relationships should have democratic accountability conditions built into them. And of course, there must be political will at the top. Ultimately, institutions are only as strong as the leaders and the peoples who choose not to abuse them. That is why elections matter. That is why who holds power matters. So today, I hope we commit to acting on these. Let us all commit to the principle that no government, no matter how powerful, is beyond accountability. Gracias.
Risa, thanks a lot. And now coming to you, Alicia. It's a special pleasure that you're here. And drawing from your extensive experience also in diplomacy, let me ask this question. What is the best effective way to build stronger international cooperation and to defend democratic values also on this international level. Please give us your thoughts on this.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, Barcelona. ¿Cómo estamos? Reciban con mucho afecto el abrazo fraterno de un México en transformación. La democracia está bajo presión, bajo cuestionamiento, a nivel nacional y a nivel internacional. Es una tensión estructural que atraviesa regiones, sistemas políticos y sociedades, con avance en narrativas autoritarias y extremistas que están erosionando la confianza de las instituciones, y enfrentamos una asimetría global injusta y con dobles estándares. Hay doble juego. Por eso, desde el progresismo, y por ello agradezco al presidente Pedro Sánchez y saludo con afecto a José Luis Zapatero, esta España que nos convoca hoy. Muchas gracias a España. Porque, ¿saben? La democracia no está condenada al fracaso, pero sí requiere respuestas audaces, porque tenemos que eliminar y combatir la cultura del privilegio, los dobles estándares. La igualdad es la otra cara de la democracia y por eso necesitamos un camino progresista para construir estados que garanticen derechos, que reduzcan brechas, que generen oportunidades reales y recuperar a la política como herramienta de transformación y hacerla más cercana, más participativa. No basta defender la democracia en abstracto, hay que hacerla con la gente, con el pueblo todo, sin el pueblo nada. Y la democracia tiene que ser feminista, tiene que serlo. La igualdad sustantiva de género no es un añadido, no, es una condición esencial de la democracia. Yo pertenezco al movimiento de la Cuarta Transformación en México, con la primera presidenta mujer en 200 años, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, que les manda un fraterno saludo. Y por último quiero decir, tenemos que fortalecer el multilateralismo, la democracia internacional. No podemos perderla como progresistas, la estamos perdiendo. Tenemos que combatir la guerra, lo dijo José Luis Zapatero. Juguemos por la paz, pero la paz solo se va a lograr si logramos unas Naciones Unidas mucho más equitativas, mucho más simétricas. Ningún país, por muy poderoso que sea, puede seguir comportándose unilateralmente. Debemos eliminar en Naciones Unidas el veto que paraliza. La respuesta progresista debe ser global, solidaria y renovada. Y por eso en este mundo fragmentado, marcado por la desconfianza, el multilateralismo es más urgente que nunca. Y por eso nuestras estructuras de 1945 ya no funcionan. Necesitamos un sistema multilateral nuevo, renovado, distinto, que nos represente a todas y a todos. Y así, queridos amigos progresistas, colegas, compañeros, hoy más que nunca necesitamos una visión desde el progresismo, porque la democracia no se defiende sola, se cuida, se renueva. Esa es nuestra tarea. Y el progresismo que hoy nos convoca es en esencia el camino hacia la igualdad. Muchas gracias.
Alicia, thanks a lot for this really strong, convincing message. And now, Irache, let me come to you. Under your leadership, the S&D Group is in the European Parliament the driving force for democracy. And let me add that it is the shield against the far right in Europe. So, what needs to be done on the European level? The floor is yours, Irache.
En primer lugar, permitirme, amigos y amigas, hacer una pequeña reflexión inicial. No es casualidad que un panel que habla de cómo defender la democracia en el mundo sea un panel compuesto por mujeres fuertes, por mujeres que lideramos, por mujeres que cambiamos el mundo. Porque cuando hay quienes atentan contra nuestros derechos, contra los derechos de las mujeres, están haciendo más débil la democracia. Y por eso somos conscientes de que hoy es más necesario que nunca hacer esa defensa de una democracia donde todas y todos seamos protagonistas. Una democracia que ya no es un hecho garantizado. Ha sido una conquista, pero las futuras generaciones deben entender que la democracia se consolida día a día. Y hoy está amenazada desde dentro y desde fuera, desde dentro de la Unión Europea y también desde fuera con injerencias. Y por eso nuestra respuesta tiene que ser doble. Primero, reforzar los derechos fundamentales, defender el derecho del aborto, defender los derechos LGTBI, defender la igualdad real y no permitir que haya quien niega la evidencia de la violencia de género, la violencia que es cometida contra la mitad de la población en el mundo. No vamos a permitirlo, pero también tenemos que ir más allá. La democracia no se defiende solo con leyes, se defiende con justicia social. Cuando la gente siente que el sistema funciona, la democracia se fortalece. Cuando la gente siente que el sistema les ha dejado fuera, la democracia se debilita. Y por eso es importante fortalecerlo, porque proteger la democracia es también garantizar salarios dignos, es también garantizar servicios públicos y es también garantizar igualdad de oportunidades. Y finalmente defender el multilateralismo, porque un mundo sin reglas es una democracia que pierde. Y nuestra tarea clara es esa, es protegerla, es reforzarla y es hacerla útil. Vivimos hoy un momento histórico. Todos y todas quienes estáis aquí presentes sois protagonistas de este gran movimiento mundial, desde el progresismo, desde la izquierda, que va a hacer posible cambiar el mundo y hacer un mundo más justo y pensando en los que más lo necesitan. Muy bien.
Thanks a lot, Irache. I think that was a really strong message as well. And now let's come to a quick final question and a quick answer on that. And let's speak about hope. What is your hope for democracy today? Please, Risa, start you.
My hope for democracy is that it is felt in the lives of ordinary people. That overseas Filipino workers know that our government will protect their rights and welfare, especially while they are abroad. That our farmers and fisher folk, rural women and indigenous peoples feel the protection of government so that they can continue making a livelihood in the countryside. That women, survivors of violence, our sisters, are not doubly or multipliedly victimized in legal proceedings and receive a measure of justice in those courts. Because democracy is only meaningful when it delivers. And right now, too many people have stopped believing it can. That cynicism is the greatest threat that confronts us, greater even than any authoritarian leader. So my hope is not just for the survival of democracy, it is for the renewal of democratic institutions, for democracy that is accountable, responsive, and felt. Because in the end, our peoples don't need reminding that they must defend democracy. They need to experience it working for them. Muchas gracias.
Alicia, what is your hope?
Mi esperanza, mi sueño es que Naciones Unidas nos devuelva la esperanza, que proteja los bienes públicos, que cautele la paz, la justicia climática, que combata el armamentismo, que beneficie al que menos tiene, que elimine este molesto, desagradable doble estándar donde creamos un Estado como el Estado de Israel a costa de otro, que es Palestina. No, eso no. Ese es mi sueño.
Irache, the floor is yours. Your hope.
Mi esperanza es muy simple, pero muy firme. Es que volvamos nuevamente a demostrar que la democracia no es solo el mejor sistema político, sino que es el que mejor protege la dignidad de la gente. Creo en una democracia que no se limita a resistir. La resistencia, claro que es importante, pero no nos podemos limitar a resistir. Tenemos que avanzar, que no se encierra, sino que coopera. Una democracia que no teme al futuro, sino que lo construye. Y sobre todo, creo en una democracia que cumple. Porque cuando la democracia cumple, la gente la defiende. Y en ese camino estaremos juntas y juntos.
So, let me thank all the three of you. I think you proved you are real fighters for democracy. We saw that. And let me sum it up. I think there's one message, there's one task, there's one responsibility. Let's save and protect our democracies together in our countries, on our continents, and around the world. Give a big applause to these three fighters for democracy. Thanks a lot.
We need international support for the day after Gaza. We need a political solution for all of Palestine so October 7 does not repeat itself, so there will be no hostages, no prisoners, no occupation, no oppression, only freedom. And that is how the day after for Gaza should look like.
Either annexation, which is totally unacceptable, which I will never support, or separation on the way to two-state solution.
We are honored to welcome to the stage Nobel Prize laureate and defender of human rights, Maria Ressa. A man who has dedicated his life to justice, his people, and peace. We are very honored to welcome on stage the former Prime Minister of Palestine, Mr. Mohammed Shtaya.
my dear friends, my dear Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez, my dear President Cyril Ramaphosa, my dear friend Stefan Löfven, my dear friends the Spanish people, my dear friends the socialists who are gathered here. In the name of the 72,000 Palestinian innocents who have lost their lives, I thank you. In the name of the 150,000 Palestinians who were injured, I thank you. In the name of the 251,000 house owners whom their houses were destroyed in Gaza and in the West Bank, I thank you. In the name of the Palestinian people, I thank you. In the opening of this wonderful gathering, the President of Catalonia this morning said, what should be and what should not be written in stones. I want to say to you that we wrote in stones that Palestine should be free and Palestine is for the Palestinian people. It is written in stone that Jerusalem is the eternal capital of Palestine. It is written in stone that the Palestinian refugees have the right to return to their homes. My dear Prime Minister, I am not here to complain. And this is not a wailing wall. I am not here to cry. I am here standing as a proud Palestinian who is fighting for the liberty of his people. I am here proud that the Palestinians have the highest university graduates in the region. I am here proud that Jerusalem is part of Palestine. I am here proud that Jesus was born in Palestine. I am here proud that we have been fighting for 100 years, and I want to assure you that with your support we will make it. Mr. Prime Minister, my dear friends, we all know that the darkest moments are the ones before dawn. We might be living in the darkest moment at the moment, but I want to assure you, we are only 15 minutes away from freedom. We all know that apartheid regime has collapsed because of the unity of those who love peace and justice. It's because we were united in the same way that you are united under one single ceiling in Spain, in Barcelona. We are mobilizing together the whole progressive forces for peace and justice. Also, I am here to say, regardless of how painful the situation is, I stand here to tell you that we are regenerating hope in the hearts and minds of every Palestinian man and woman. Let's mobilize for ending occupation. They are destroying cities, villages, refugee camps, but they will never destroy our determination for freedom. They will never destroy our ability to move forward, and they will never destroy our will. My dear friends, settler colonialism is now in the history books. We together should make the Israeli Zionist colonization of Palestine also in the history books. It should be removed, and together we will defeat the Zionist settler colonial program in Palestine. I know what Nelson Mandela said when he was released from jail. I know what President Ramaphosa said when I was in South Africa a few months ago, that South Africa will not be free until Palestine is free. And you together, we will help us to be free. Mr. Prime Minister, you are a courageous man. We are proud of you. We are proud of all what you do. We are proud of what you stand for, you and your people who are standing here together. I only regret one thing. I only regret one thing, that the Prime Minister of the State of Israel was not invited here to see that the whole world is standing against him, that he should see that the whole world is with Palestine. My dear friends, my dear friends, the future is not for the destroyers. The future is for the builders. Let's mobilize to stop genocide. Let's mobilize to take criminals to court. Let's mobilize for peace and justice. Let's mobilize for Palestine to be free. Palestine will be free. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barcelona. Thank you, Spain. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And thank you, all those who are gathered here for peace and justice. God bless you. Thank you so much. Palestine will be free with your support. Thank you.
Coming from Brazil, a Latin Grammy Award nominee, please warmly welcome to the stage musician Roger.
Gracias.
Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Aroeira invernou, quebrar não quebrou, cair não caiu. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Capoeira mudou, tem sangue na boca, mas é do Brasil. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Baby, o Brasil mora dentro do meu violão. É a força da sua canção, é o batuque do seu candomblé. Meu Brasil é mistura de raça e de cor, soberano e não perde valor. É o samba com a bola no pé. Meu Brasil, se eu tiver que sair por aí, vou morrer de saudade de ti, mas eu volto com a graça de Deus. Com orgulho de ser um zumbi, zumbi, descendente também de zumbi, brasileiro no mundo sou eu. Meu Brasil, Dona Bonena está, Síguenos, Marielle é a voz da mulher, bossa nova na voz de João. Natureza de fauna e de flor, e não cabe em mim esse amor. Meu Brasil de Garrincha e Belé. Natureza de fauna e de flor, e não cabe em mim esse amor. Meu Brasil de Garrincha e Belé. Rio de Angola do nosso terreiro, se tornou um lapisoneiro. Viva a viola, cavaco e pandeiro, trilha sonora que o mundo inteiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. La la la ya la ya la, la la la ya la ya, canta pra mim. La la la ya la ya la, la la la ya la ya. E quando o dia amanhece que a gente percebe o seu futuro do nosso país, a batucada à noite virou madrugada. É desse povo que sabe o que diz. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. La la la ya la ya la, la la la ya la ya, la la la ya la ya, la la la ya la ya. Rio de Angola pro nosso terreiro, e se tornou um moleque um zoneiro. Viva cavaco, piola e pandeiro, trilha sonora que o mundo inteiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, vem, é 100% povo. La la la ya la ya la, diga. La la la ya la ya, hey. La la la ya la, vai. La la la ya la ya, vai. La la la ya la, diz. La la la ya la ya, oh. Thank you. Saúde! Muito amor! Saúde, família!
Que perdí mis manos en Jerez y mis ojos en Roma. Crecí y el descaro lo aprendí por Barcelona. Perdí mi lengua en París, mi tiempo en los hills en Milán, la sonrisa en UK, pero mi corazón nunca ha sido mío, yo siempre lo doy. Coge un trozo de mí, quédatelo pa' cuando no estés, seré tu reliquia. Soy tu reliquia, seré tu reliquia. Perdí la fe en DC y la amiga en Bangkok, un mal amor en Madrid y en México el blond, la mala hostia en Berlín y el arte en Grana. Perre nació el coraje, pero el cielo nació en Buenos Aires. En Japón lloré y mis pestañas deshilé, y en la ciudad de cristal fue que me trasquilé. Pero el pelo vuelve a crecer, la pureza también, la pureza está en mí, está en Marrakech. No soy una santa, pero estoy blessed. Pero mi corazón nunca ha sido mío, yo siempre lo doy. Coge un trozo de mí, quédatelo pa' cuando no estés, seré tu reliquia.
Coming from Connecticut, fighting for progress in the United States, please welcome to the GPM stage, Senator Chris Murphy.
I bring you greetings from the friends of Spain, the friends of Europe, the people of the United States of America. My thanks to all of the organizers of this essential conference, but I want to point out one in particular. I want to thank Prime Minister Sánchez, who has shown the world how to stand up to bullies. So I am here as a United States Senator, a member of the Democratic Party, and I want to bring you greetings as well from a nation that is in crisis. I'm not going to sugarcoat the gravity of what we face right now in the United States. This is the most significant threat to American democracy since the Civil War. Donald Trump in our country is trying to end our democracy. We are not on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. He is trying to seize control of our courts, of our law enforcement, of our media, of our elections. His goal is oligarchic capture. He doesn't believe in democratic equality. He doesn't believe in shared prosperity. He believes only in the consolidation of wealth and the consolidation of power. And I want to say this very clearly to you. I want you to understand this and know this. This White House is the most corrupt White House in the history of our nation. Now, Donald Trump thinks he can get away with this in America by distracting us, by telling Americans that the real threats to our lives are immigrants or Muslims, gay children, drag shows off in Europe. He wants to turn us against each other. He's also trying to silence dissent. He threatens to lock up my colleagues for opposing him. He's invaded American cities with his personal political police force, ICE, to crush peaceful protest. But here is what I am in Barcelona to tell you, united with progressive parties all over the world. In the United States of America, Donald Trump is not going to win. I know this because 3 weeks ago, 8 million Americans walked out their front doors and joined together in over 3,000 town squares, parks, and public places, the single largest day of protest in the history of the United States of America. Donald Trump's approval ratings are at historic lows. His party loses election after election, and his enablers in Congress are going to be wiped out of office this November in our elections. And let me tell you something else. Americans are watching what is happening in the rest of the world. They are watching the courage of the defenders of democracy in Hungary. They are watching the courage of the defenders of democracy here in Europe. But that victory in Hungary just a week ago, it lifted our sails in the United States of America. So I want us to make sure one more time that we give a hearty, loud thanks to the people of Hungary for saving their democracy and perhaps helping to save ours. This is a moment, my friends, where progressives around the world have to unite. Trump, Orban, Le Pen, the AfD, the remnants of Bolsonaro, these right-wing movements, they learn from each other. They copy one another's tactics of democratic destruction, and they count on us to be divided, to argue over purity tests while they dismantle our freedoms. But to beat them, we must learn from each other too. We have to understand how Prime Minister Sánchez, how President Lula have built big progressive coalitions all over the world. We must learn together the lessons of Hungary. Are we all committed to learning those lessons together? Yes, we are. But I want to be honest with you as well. The corporations that prey upon us, that quietly and sometimes loudly back the right-wing project of oligarchy, they're counting on us to be divided too. The big technology companies want to keep the United States and Europe paralyzed on how to protect children and families from the poison that they're spewing out on social media and artificial intelligence. And the only way to prevent the total corporate takeover of our societies is for the global progressive movement to unite in breaking up concentrated corporate power all over the world. Now, here's my last and perhaps most important message. Donald Trump is actually not the cause of America's problems. He is a symptom. And the same is true for right-wing demagogues rising across many of your own countries. Beating Trump this November is essential. Beating Orban was essential, and it will be a cause for celebration when we win. But it will not be a cure for what ails us. Our project as progressives is not simply to win elections. Our project is to reckon with the spiritual unspooling that is happening under our feet. Because for millions of people, especially in high-income nations, the modern world has, for many, turned existence into a wasteland of empty consumption, of technology-induced loneliness, of flattened culture, of work without dignity. And so our challenge is not just to raise wages, it's not just to protect civil rights, it's not just to keep our water and our air clean. Our challenge is to build a world in which people find real connection, real meaning in their daily lives. Capitalism is broken. You know this. In America, our people once felt powerful generations ago when the leaders who ran the companies that they worked for lived in their community. Their local hospital was owned by someone they knew. Their grocery store was owned by a neighbor. But the consolidation of economic power into the hands of a very small number of people, private equity elites, a few technology industry leaders, it's not just an economic problem, it's a spiritual problem. People feel lonelier and less connected when the centers of economic power sit far away in Aspen or Davos instead of in their own community. And so our project as progressives has to be simple. The fight moving forward in this world is between corporate power and worker power. And all over the world, progressives are going to stand up for workers. Now, our fight also requires us to confront the ways that artificial intelligence are going to compound this spiritual crisis. What happens to our soul when machines replace the things that make us human? Conversation, friendship, creativity, problem solving. We should just refuse to live in a world where machines, controlled by a small group of out-of-touch billionaires, replace what it means to be a human being. And lastly, progressives are going to have to confront the cult of corruption in our world. This cult of corruption exists in America, but in every other corner of this world. This is the lesson from Hungary. The Hungarians refused to bend to the cult of corruption. They demanded a higher standard from their public sector leaders. And when Peter Magyar won, he went immediately to the studio of one of those corrupt broadcasters, one of the propaganda machines that carried Orban's message for 16 years. And he announced on the air that the government would shut down that station and would rebuild independent, objective media in its place. Progressives should make the reform of our democracy our #1 priority in the United States and across the world. And I will tell you what that means in the United States. That means passing an amendment to our Constitution to get billionaire money, corporate money, and anonymous money completely out of our politics. This is the kind of agenda that speaks to the spiritual heart of our nations, an agenda that can rebuild meaning, an agenda that can rebuild connection, an agenda that builds a barrier against the forces of demagoguery and the destruction of democracy. Our work is to raise wages. Our work is to clean the air. Our work is to promote equality. But our work is also to confront the coldness of the modern world, the ways in which the cults of profit, the cult of technology, the cult of consumption, that cult of corruption leads to loneliness, isolation, and hopelessness. Our politics has to be a politics that restores communion and meaning to people's lives. Until we do that, our victories are not going to last. And so I leave you with this. I believe in my heart of hearts that in America, we are going to do the things over the next several months to save our democracy from Donald Trump. Donald Trump may insult Europeans. Donald Trump may insult the democracies of the world. But I will tell you, the American people stand with you. The American people support inclusive democracy. The American people support democratic equality. But none of us in America, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, none of us are going to be safe until we do that hard work across the borders to build a world in which people feel more connected, in which people are empowered in their communities. This is our work. It is work that is worth doing. And if we do it together, America will turn the page on Donald Trump. We will get to tell a story to our grandchildren and to our great-grandchildren about the moment that we joined together, progressives all across this great big world, to defeat the forces of totalitarianism. Thank you very much to Barcelona. Thank you to the organizers of this great conference.
Bold, principled, and leading the fight against the far right, please welcome on stage the leader of the Democratic Party of Italy, Ali Schlein.
Compañeros y compañeras, amici, friends, comrades, a day like this has always been my dream. It is so important to be here together. Progressives from all the world who share a common vision to improve people's lives, who fight the same fights in different countries, in many different languages. Together is better than alone. Together is better than divided. And together is definitely better than against. I want to thank all the organizers, but one in particular, Pedro. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for showing that the progressive agenda works and delivers for the people. And thanks for using 4 simple words: no a la guerra. Thank you for defending our dignity. These illegal wars have to stop immediately. We will not accept to replace international law with the law of the strongest and the richest. We will not accept that people like Musk earn $1 trillion while his friends, Trump and Meloni, block minimum wages for millions and millions of workers. We will not accept to see the UN replaced by a board of peace that is not even building peace, because you cannot build peace by not involving Palestinians. Free Palestine. We need the recognition of a state of Palestine alongside with Israel. We will not accept to steal the future of the new generation by denying climate change and continue to depend on fossil fuels, because we have only one planet. There's no planet B, and we don't even own the planet. We are renters. We need to give it back afterwards. We must not leave, colleagues, the internationalism to the nationalists, to the extreme right nationalists, because their message of hatred, of discrimination, always targets the same enemies in all our countries. And the enemies and the scapegoats are the different. The migrants, the LGBTI communities, are the women who are too emancipated according to them, or are the trade unions, independent journalists. We have to say it loud and clear, we are at their side, and we will be at their side. They pick a new enemy every day to distract from the fact that they're not delivering for people. But in the end, this message of hatred will put them on the opposite sides of the walls that they want to build at every border, and they will end up as enemies across those walls. You see it clearly with Trump's commercial war and tariffs that are hampering all the economies. So the more they build walls, the more we will build cooperation, dialogue, and peace. In many of our countries, the right-wing nationalists have won or have grown by fueling fears, fear of migrants, fear of the different, fear of diversity. Now we have an opportunity for an historical shift. Now people are scared of them because they're bringing chaos, because they're bringing uncertainty, because they're bringing wars, damaging economies, and also shooting in the streets of their city. Please give another solidarity to Governor Walz from Minnesota and what happened in Minneapolis that shocked everybody. Now it's up to us to show that we are the one who can offer protection and peace, to offer hope for a better and fairer future. That's why it's so important to be here all together, to stand together, and to strengthen each other across every border, because we have much more in common, because we share the same values, and because I've met here many colleagues from Europe, America, Africa, Asia, and we share 4 simple words, a common vision that can reshape the world: peace, democracy, social justice and climate justice, all together. We want to improve people's lives. We want good jobs and fair wages. We want healthcare and education for all. We want sustainable growth, and we want clean energy. We want affordable housing, and we want to fight tax havens and to tax billionaires instead. We want gender equality for real. And you know that we have a prime minister in Italy, a female prime minister. But nevertheless, in my country, women pensions were cut. Unpaid care work lies on the shoulder of women, and access to safe abortion is made more difficult. There is a big difference between female leadership and a feminist leadership, because it is useless to have a female leader that doesn't fight every day to improve the lives of all other women. We're here together to say that another world is possible, based on solidarity and cooperation, on peace and equality. And that's the world we want to be together with you. Comrades, if the wars continue, we should mobilize together on the same day in all of our countries and do it together for peace and for equality. Let me bring you some good news from Italy. We won a constitutional referendum 3 weeks ago against Giorgia Meloni. $15 million people went out to vote against the government. Civil society mobilized throughout the country, but the young people made the difference. Women made the difference to defend our constitution and the independence of judges. And they made the difference also in Hungary, defeating Orban, and with him also Trump, Meloni, and the others. The time of the right-wing nationalists is over. The time of the right-wing nationalists is over. They are not unbeatable. We can beat them, but I have to be honest. In order to beat them, we still have to dare to change. We need to open our doors and windows, especially to young people that too often do not feel listened, even by our organization. Open the doors and windows, give some free space for them. And I have a message for them and for women. Many times when you engage in politics, somebody will tell you that you don't fit, that you don't belong, that you're not adequate for what you're doing. Do not listen to them. You are entitled to participate and to change the world. And I will conclude with this. We can beat them, but we will not beat them by running after them or their agenda. We will not beat them by trying to speak their same language. We will beat them if we force them on the most uncomfortable ground for them, which is social justice and peace, the quality of life of our people. We can do it together and stand together to write a better page for our future, because now it's really our time. Thank you.
Lamento no poder acompañarles personalmente, pero agradezco profundamente la invitación a participar en este encuentro en un momento especialmente desafiante para el mundo. Hoy nuestras democracias enfrentan presiones crecientes. La desinformación erosiona la confianza pública, profundiza la polarización y debilita la capacidad de las instituciones para responder a las necesidades de las personas. Al mismo tiempo, desafíos como la desigualdad, la crisis climática, los cambios tecnológicos y la inseguridad trascienden fronteras y exigen respuestas compartidas, porque ningún país será capaz de resolverlos por su cuenta. En este contexto necesitamos más diálogo, más cooperación y más liderazgos capaces de tender puentes. Necesitamos también sociedades en las que las mujeres participen plenamente en la toma de decisiones. Porque cuando eso ocurre, nuestras democracias se fortalecen y nuestras respuestas se enriquecen. Espacios como este son valiosos porque permiten reflexionar, articular esfuerzos y promover soluciones. Soluciones que devuelvan esperanza, estabilidad y sentido de futuro a nuestras sociedades. Les deseo un constructivo encuentro y que estas jornadas sirvan para reafirmar nuestro compromiso con la democracia, la justicia social, la cooperación internacional, siempre poniendo en el centro la dignidad de las personas. Muchos éxitos.
Let me first begin by thanking Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez and progressive leaders from across the world. In a moment such as this, where we see so much crisis and conflict across the world, it is critical that progressive leaders come together and practice solidarity. And I can tell you that as the mayor of New York City, When I look around our city, when I hear from New Yorkers and their struggles to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America, and they tell me their struggles in paying rent for the first of the month, in affording groceries at the grocery store, in finding childcare that they can actually afford, I hear in them not just the stories of New Yorkers, but frankly the stories of working people from across the world. Because we know that this crisis of income inequality, it is not one that is distinct or unique to our city. It is one that has become a fact of life for too many across the world. And our path to combating and defeating income inequality is one that we must travel together. And so it is such a pleasure to be part of a beautiful and burgeoning movement to combat this kind of inequality and to deliver dignity everywhere that we find that crisis. So thank you all for being a part of this, and I look forward to working with all of you to building a better tomorrow than the life that we live today.
Brothers and sisters, my apologies for not being able to be with you today in Barcelona, but thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to say a few words to you virtually. Let me also thank Prime Minister Sánchez for bringing together such an impressive group of progressive leaders from around the world. Clearly, at a time when the oligarchs and their huge corporations function on a global scale, it is imperative that those of us who represent the needs of the working class must also work together internationally. My hope is that this important conference is the beginning of that increased progressive international cooperation. Let me also take this opportunity to thank Prime Minister Sánchez and all of you who have spoken out and taken action against the illegal and dangerous wars being waged by Netanyahu and Trump in Iran and Lebanon. I fear very much that leaders like Trump, Netanyahu, and Putin in Ukraine are plunging this world into international anarchy, where might makes right, where the rule of law is ignored, and where millions suffer as a result. In the 21st century, conflicts between nations must be resolved at the negotiating table, not on the battlefield. Countries should be investing in healthcare, education, and good-paying jobs, not more weapons of horrific destruction. As I think we all know, we are living in an unprecedented and extremely dangerous moment in world history. Never before have so few people held so much wealth and so much power. Around the world, in country after country, we are facing extreme inequality and the rise of a global oligarchy. In the United States and many other countries, the simple truth is that the very rich are becoming much richer while working people are struggling to put food on the table, pay for housing, and other basic needs. And the gap between the rich and ordinary people continues to get wider and wider. In my own country, for example, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. And one man, Mr. Elon Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Meanwhile, 60% of our people here are living paycheck to paycheck. Frankly, that is insane. And what is also insane and unjust is that many of these multi-billionaires avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Some of them are able to manipulate the tax codes in their own country. Others stash trillions in secret offshore accounts in tax havens around the world. I've reported to you some bad news, which you already know. Now let me give you some good news. In the United States, ordinary people are fighting back. A few weeks ago, we had No Kings demonstrations all across the country, and some 8 million people came out, the largest demonstration day in American history. Loudly and clearly, Americans say no to authoritarianism, no to oligarchy, no to racism, no to war, and no to the continued attacks against the working class. Donald Trump's poll numbers are plummeting. They're going way, way down. And right-wing Republicans are losing local and state elections around the country. There is a reasonably good chance that the Republicans will lose control over the House of Representatives in the November election and maybe even the Senate. What I will also tell you is that the progressive movement here is developing a strong, multiracial, multi-generational, pro-working class effort in every part of our country. In New York City, Zohran Mamdani recently took on the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, the President of the United States, and the big money interests, and he won a decisive victory. And he accomplished that because he had over 90,000 volunteers knocking on doors in his campaign. In my view, we're going to see victories like that all across the country, progressives winning with strong grassroots support. But it's clearly not just happening in the United States. I am encouraged by the progressive movements that have grown up across the world. These movements, many represented in this conference, have brought together diverse, talented groups of people to demand economic, racial, and social justice, a habitable planet for themselves and their children, and governments that work for all of us, not just the wealthy few. So, brothers and sisters, we have a lot of work in front of us. Let me thank all of you for what you are doing. Let us go forward together. We need now, more than ever, international working class solidarity. Thank you all.
No sé si se m'escolta. Buenas tardes, boa tarde. Mi nombre es Silvia Pérez Cruz. Muchas gracias. Yo no suelo cantar en actos políticos. Normalmente mi lucha ha sido siempre desde el escenario, entendiendo que el escenario es una pequeña sociedad donde se celebra la belleza individual y sobre todo la colectiva, intentando que cada uno se sienta a salvo y resguardado por el de al lado, intentando recordar los valores que nos hacen sentir humanos, que nos dan empatía, el concierto como un ritual colectivo en un mundo tan individualista. Pero esta vez me parecía muy importante estar aquí, en un lugar donde se reúne gente a favor de la paz y la humanidad. Vamos a interpretar una canción de Chicho Sánchez Ferlosio que habla de la relación de poder, del fuerte, del valiente, del traicionero y del resistente. Una canción que creo que tiene la paz como voluntad primera. Muchas gracias.
Please welcome on stage the man who ran a courageous vice presidential campaign in 2024. It is a great privilege to introduce Tim Walz, Governor of Minnesota, United States.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, a huge thank you to Prime Minister Sánchez for your vision, for your leadership, and to the people of Barcelona and Spain, thank you for hosting this important conference. President Lula and the dignitaries who have traveled from across the globe, who came from near and far for a very simple and beautiful affirmation that it is our responsibility to create a better and fair future for all of our people. And most importantly, thank you to all of the activists who came to this room, those who speak up daily, those who speak for those without a voice, to make sure that those in power hear the voice of the people. Now, many of you might know me as the guy who isn't currently the Vice President of the United States. And all I have to say about that is I'm very sorry about that. But unlike our current Vice President, I'm not here to arrogantly lecture or scold you. I'm not here to pick a fight with the Pope. And I'm not here to host a rally for some local wannabe dictator. Instead, I'm here to say thank you and to share some thoughts on what we can do to be part of a progressive movement that moves all of our countries forward. The way we can rescue ourselves from these wannabe authoritarians in your country and in mine. You may know I'm lucky enough to be one of the 50 governors in the United States, but I govern the best state in the country, Minnesota. Our nickname is the North Star State. We have that name because we've always pointed the way forward. It was Minnesota's iron that forged the tanks that fought in Europe against the Nazi tyranny. It was Minnesota's farmers and researchers who sparked a green revolution to help feed the world. And it's Minnesota scientists who are transforming medicine at places like the Mayo Clinic. If you have a pacemaker or someone you know does, that's from Minnesota. Progress is part of our DNA. When we see a problem, we find a solution. And man, we are facing a lot of problems. Back home in the United States, we're seeing an alarming consolidation of power. A massive paramilitary force terrorizing our communities, which you saw in Minneapolis. A methodical weakening of our free press. of the independent judiciary, of fair elections, and all other institutions of accountability. We've got a feeble-minded, trigger-happy president who plunged us into a war where no threat was present, with no clear objectives and no exit plan. We need to call that what it is. That's fascism. Or at least it's fascist curious, as they would be. Look, it'd be easy to stand up here and just bash Donald Trump. He's an easy target. And if you know me, we don't get along very well. But we've got a lot of bigger fish and bigger problems to fry in this room. Because the truth is, authoritarianism is not just confined to the United States, it's everywhere. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the encouraging signs of people who have beat back this dangerous ideology, like President Lula in Brazil, like we've seen in Hungary. But we're here because we're acknowledging over the last decade, authoritarianism has advanced all over the world. It's an epidemic of distrust in government right now, in America, and all over the world. Misinformation and fear of a changing world play a part in that. But I think the root cause is cynicism. People hear grandiose campaign promises from campaigns, but they don't feel that their lives are getting any better after they elect these people. Inequality grows wider. Climate change accelerates terrifyingly. Technology is getting less human. And understandably, that makes people pretty skeptical of government and desperate enough to try anything. If you're wondering what the hell is wrong with Americans, I hear some version of this every day. Look, I don't really like Trump, and I don't know if he's right, but at least he's willing to try and break things and try and make it better. Now, I know that's dumb as hell, but that's how people are feeling. It's that sentiment that feeds into fascism. And now, it's a threat that we're going to have to contend with, not just in this election, but for years to come. So if we're going to get out of this mess, we have to do more than just push back on all the awful things that people like Donald Trump and like-minded dictators are doing. We, the progressive movement, has a responsibility to the people we serve to give them a crystal clear picture of what we would do differently once we're in power. Give them a credible alternative to what we're witnessing around the world. What could we do that will make their lives better? What would we do to make their lives easier? What fears could we mitigate? What aspirations could we make closer to them? And the good news is this: progressivism is the best possible alternative to what we're seeing. Our approach to government has to be about taking big swings to do big things. We have to have a bold vision on how to lead that beats back corporate greed that strangled our politics, that breaks down the broken system that has kept wages stagnant, costs rising, and working families behind. And I would ask right now for us to give a big hand for all the people who are away from their families working on Saturday to build this stage to make this conference possible. So thank them. If we get elected, we got to shake up the status quo, because there's many people wondering, and I heard this in America, what difference does it make who we elect? It's the same thing. So we have got to have a vision, but vision's not enough. You have got to deliver when we get in power on things that are popular, impactful to people's lives, that they can see immediately and see improvements in their lives. We're trying to build that in Minnesota, and that's the reason Donald Trump hates us. We're building that blueprint. For those of you who don't know, Minnesota is not a blue, democratic, progressive state. We are split evenly down the middle. And in fact, in 2023, after the elections, as I was governor for the first time in decades, by one vote, we had the lower house, the Senate, and the governor's office. It's not enough just to win those elections. You have got to go big, more specifically on stuff that reaches working class people. In Minnesota, we designed the most generous child tax credit in the United States. It will reduce childhood poverty by a third. We have the lowest amount of childhood poverty of any state in America in Minnesota. To the Europeans in the room, this may not sound like a big deal, but it's a damn big deal in America. We guaranteed 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave for every single person in our state. It's easy there. It doesn't get done in America. We invested historic amounts in public education, and we made sure that every single one of our children got free breakfast and free lunch in every school in our state. I'm a school teacher by training. It's funny how when kids aren't hungry, they learn better. We delivered on the most expansive expansion of labor rights in America. We drove down crime in our communities, and we protected women's reproductive rights to make their own health care decisions. And we are the leading state that by 2040, we will hit our goal of 100% clean carbon-free electricity and power across the state of Minnesota. Now, you know what the result of that was? People saw more money in their pocket, safer communities, better schools, and now we're one of the friendliest states to start a business in. We are the freest state to live your life, love who you love, make your own decisions, and we're the best place in the country to raise a child. Every day, we're proving what's possible when you govern with courage and competency. And it's all because of a simple approach. You do not win elections to bank political capital to win the next election. You make sure when you win an election, you burn that political capital to improve people's lives as quickly as you possibly can. Not enough to try and save it so you get elected. Progressives have always known this. That's not the point of winning power. The power is to go as big as you possibly can with what you've been given. Making sure that we found out in Minnesota, when you do that, two things happen. When you get elected and you pass progressive policies, you get two results. We found out those outcomes are pretty darn good. The first thing it does is it improves people's lives. The people that you are trying to serve. It makes sure that you are able to deliver for them, make sure you're doing good things for the people you serve. That's the first and foremost thing. And guess what else happens after that? If you do that for people, the elections take care of themselves. That means as their lives get better, they see a direct connection for the people who voted for them in a tangible way, they're going to turn around and vote for you again. A question that got asked this morning is, how do we ensure that we hold power? And I will tell the people of Spain of this. Prime Minister Sánchez and what his government has done has proven that you can not only move progressive policies, you can stay in power when you do that and get reelected. Simple rule of life, I believe this is, I'll say it, to earn people's faith back, if you say you're going to do something, you damn sure better do it, which is how you build back that political capital. It's how you hold on to power so that you can keep doing the things that make people's lives better. That's the purpose that we're here for. Now, look, that's a pretty virtuous cycle, but it takes the people who are here. It takes hard work. It's been successful in Minnesota, and I'm here to affirm to you of this. This is the process. It's what you see here. It's what you see in Brazil. It's what you're seeing starting to happen across the United States, is that we are using progressive vision to push back on this nightmare. I also have a second message here for this weekend. I know, and I can feel it in this room, you're not too thrilled with America right now. I get it. I'll let you in on this. There's a whole lot of Americans who aren't too thrilled with ourselves either right now. But the reality is this. And I want you to know this. The states that voted for prosperity, the states that voted for equality, the states that voted for a progressive agenda against Donald Trump in the last election cycle make up 2/3 of the American economy and the majority of the people. What you're seeing, and I know it doesn't make it better, but we can still be productive, progressive partners in the world. And here's the thing about our system of government. It's set up to give leaders who are closest to the people the ability to touch their lives more. So I would tell you this before you give up on us. Subnational governments like states and localities and cities are the ones that actually get the things done. There are plenty of opportunities for us to work together on clean energy investments, medical research, innovations, and human rights. Among us, we've got the world's best engineers, the best scientists, the best entrepreneurs, plus private sector muscle and trillions of dollars of capital that we need to invest in the rest of the world to lift people's lives up across the planet. Look, we got more work to do, but we'll succeed. We'll succeed. I've told some of you this. I remain an eternal optimist in the middle of all of this. I was a public school teacher. You have to be optimistic to do that work because the future depends on it. The more we succeed, the more we push back on this authoritarian creep that is across the world. Fascism knows no borders. But in this room, progressive equality and a vision knows no borders either. So we have to reach across the continents. We have to reach across the oceans. We have to have each other's backs. This isn't the first time we've been in this. I am proud that we stood with you. And in fact, it was 60 Minnesotans who joined the Lincoln Brigade who came right here to Spain to push back on the fascist policies of Franco. We've done it. It's happened before. So I'm asking you now, those Minnesotans came here, we need you. Please don't give up on the American people. Go ahead and give up and condemn that monstrosity that sets in our White House. Keep the pressure on. Keep calling it out. Keep standing up to it. Keep naming it. But no, there are more good people that stand on the right side of history. There are more good people that care about equality, that understands it's not America first, it's humanity first. It's all of us together. This room knows it. You saw what happened in Minneapolis, what Trump did to us. You also saw 200,000 people rally against it. This is the work of our age. This is the time. And for those of you in this room, your grandkids are going to be asking you, what did you do when authoritarian was on the march in all the rest of the world? Well, the first thing you did, you gathered in Barcelona instead. Not on our watch. We will push back. We will win the day. Thank you, Spain. Let's go get them.
From championing climate justice on the global stage to driving bold social and economic reforms at home, it is a privilege to have with us Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Good afternoon to everyone. I want to say thank you to my dear brother Pedro and to President Lula for ensuring that we can gather together to discuss things that matter to ordinary people. And in that, it's important for me to say why I say so. Democracy works when it delivers for people. And I come from a country that has known what it is to be a pawn of others for the majority of our modern existence. I come from a party that was established 88 years ago to help stop poor people from being poor and to fight injustice and to create opportunities for our people. And I don't say so for the sake of saying so, because today our people have access to free tertiary education, free primary, free secondary education. Today the people of my country have access to free health care, and while we battle with the quality of health care because of the increasing cost globally and particularly in the Western Hemisphere, we remain resolute about being able to give them the best health care possible that we can give them. I come from a country where public transport and where Social Security works for ordinary people. I come from a country that introduced a minimum wage in the middle of COVID when others said that the economy would collapse. And we said, let us try. And we tried and we introduced it, and the minimum wage has been increased twice in the last 6 years. I come from a country that knows that democracy works when it delivers for people. But part of the difficulty that we have is that the majority of persons globally who have been given the opportunity to come out of poverty do not look back and see those who they left. And whether that is those who have come out of poverty in rich countries, or those who have come out of poverty in middle-income countries, or those who have come out of poverty in poor countries, the conscience that we require of human beings is not working in the way that it should. Because if it worked, then we would see people and understand that people deserve a fair chance. And we would recognize that health care is a basic right, not a luxury. And we would get it that affordable wages, livable wages, must be the target for all of us. We have a world that is at war. A world that is at war in Europe, a world that is at war in Africa, a world that is at war in the Middle East, a world that is at war with inequality, a world that is at war with the planet. And the one people who can change it on earth is human beings. But we have to choose to do better. And I believe that it is possible for us to do so. You may ask, if democracy is working for us in our small state, why am I here? I am here because the international community has not made it possible for small states to be able to breathe properly, for small states to participate in a global community, in an international rules-based order that is essential for us to survive. I am here because 80 years after the Bretton Woods institutions were created, and created in the image of the handful of countries that existed at the time, they still do not see small states. They still do not see developing states. They are still prepared to accept that 600 million people can go in the world without basic access to electricity, that water and food insecurity is as large as it is, regrettably, among the majority of our people. And the best kept secret is that the majority of poor people do not live in poor countries globally. The majority of poor people live in middle income and upper middle income countries globally. And this brings us back to the reality of choice. We have choice about how we spend our money. We have choice about what matters to us. And we have choice ultimately about what battles we fight and what wars we start and what wars we end. And we will only be able to achieve that if ordinary people hold ordinary leaders to account, and if leaders remember how they got there rather than forgetting the ladder upon which they climbed to be able to exercise power. In this world, we need fairness and we need solidarity. And without fairness and without solidarity, we are not going to achieve the things that can save the planet. We're not going to achieve the things that will lift people out of poverty. We're not going to improve the working conditions of working class people. We're not going to be able to ensure that we immunize ourselves from future pandemics which will kill without reference to age, stage, or wealth. I ask us today to recognize that it is in the small things that we do at the level of our families and at the level of our communities that will make nations stronger. And it is only when we have strong nations prepared to stand up for what they believe in that we can have a fairer world and that we can fight for the rights that are preserved and articulated in the United Nations Charter. But if ordinary people allow the not so good to pass, and if ordinary people turn a blind eye to the bad, and if ordinary people become blind to what is evidently in front of them, then people get accustomed to believing that they can get away with it and that impunity will always, always be the order of the day for them. We can only turn the wheel by holding each other to account. And I ask, therefore, Pedro, I ask, therefore, my brother and my sisters, that we get the message across. And principles will only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by them. To that end, it means that we have to confront the reality of our past as well, and to recognize that until we repair the past of the Americas, until we address the issue of reparations as well, we are not going to be able to have an honest conversation with each other, even as progressives. I ask us equally to recognize that we do not live in an echo chamber. And as much as we believe in what we believe and will fight for what we believe, we must be prepared to have conversations with those who do not agree with us. And it is in having those conversations that we begin to frame out what I have called for global, moral, strategic leadership. Because two wrongs do not make right. Global, because the whole world is now affected by a movement that does not see people and that wants to continue the deepening divide of wealth and poverty. Moral, because we have to do the right thing for the right reasons, and too many people are using others to gain what they want in terms of imperial ambitions for land, for property, for wealth, for power, but they use people to get that. And strategic, because we cannot boil the ocean. We have to pick which issues we can win. And I say to you that making the international system fairer so that it can work for us, so that we can save both people and planet, because we are human beings that can walk and chew. We are human beings that know how to do multiple things, and it is not impossible to save the planet while creating opportunities for poor people to stop being poor. It is possible. And it is against that backdrop that I want to be able to bring to this platform a man whose work has reflected strong moral strategic leadership, seeing people first, working through the union movement, working ultimately as a leader of people in his own country, and fighting against the odds to continue to speak truth to all who will listen. My brother, the President of Brazil, President Lula, has stood up for these values, and he has the benefit of a country that is the size of the largest of the countries of the world, and he has therefore the ability to shape and to lead. And President Lula, I say to you that it is important that that moral strategic voice continue to be the anchor and to continue to let ordinary people who sit wherever they are sitting this Saturday afternoon in their homes to know that people are listening to them, to know that people are seeing them, and above all else to know that people feel them in their hearts and will work for them. We do not expect to attain all in our lifetime, but we do not have the luxury to step back away from the gains that we have made, and there can be no complacency, especially today, with people who are fighting to reverse and to maintain a status quo. And I say therefore to you, President Lula, we hand the stage to you, recognizing that your voice and your capacity to anchor a progressive movement that is not about isms and schisms, but is about people. It's about people. It's about people. I ask you to come to the stage and address us all. Thank you and God bless you, and thank you, Brother Pedro.
Eu queria começar a minha fala dando os parabéns ao presidente Pedro Sánchez pela organização extraordinária de um evento progressista que tenta mostrar ao mundo que a democracia não morreu, que tenta mostrar ao mundo que ninguém precisa ter vergonha de ser progressista ou de ser de esquerda. Ninguém precisa ter medo no mundo democrático de ser o que é, de falar o que precisa falar, desde que se respeite regras do jogo democráticas estabelecido pela própria sociedade. E o meu elogio, meu querido Pedro Sánchez, é pelo fato de você ter tido a coragem de não permitir que os aviões de guerra dos Estados Unidos não saíssem daqui para atirar no Irã. Eu estou me cuidando aqui porque eu tenho um discurso por escrito. E eu fico com vontade de falar de improviso. Mas eu preciso falar com muita responsabilidade, porque nós estamos fazendo um movimento muito sério, que não pode terminar no nosso discurso aqui e voltar a acontecer somente quando a gente fizer a nossa próxima reunião no México. O que nós estamos fazendo aqui é o começo de um movimento que tem que agir todo santo dia, durante toda a semana, todo mês e durante 365 dias por ano, para que a gente restabeleça a coisa mais sagrada no mundo, que é a democracia e o multilateralismo. O nome desta iniciativa, Movilização Global Progressista, diz muito. Cada uma dessas 3 palavras carrega um programa de ação. É importante entender o que elas significam. Estou diante de 5.000 pessoas que se identificam como progressistas. Desde sempre, a política se dividiu em 2 campos. De um lado, aqueles que acham que os interesses do indivíduo se sobrepõem aos da coletividade, e, do outro lado, os que acreditam que o bem-estar de cada um depende da garantia de uma vida digna e decente para todos. Essa divisão já teve muitos rótulos: direita, esquerda, conservadores e progressistas, mas o extremismo impõe um novo desafio. O campo progressista conseguiu avançar na pauta dos direitos. A situação dos trabalhadores, das mulheres, das pessoas negras e de muitas minorias é melhor hoje do que foi no passado. Não é coincidência que a reação das forças reacionárias tenha vindo de forma tão violenta com a misoginia, o racismo e o discurso de ódio. Mas o progressismo não conseguiu superar o pensamento econômico dominante. O projeto neoliberal prometeu prosperidade e entregou fome, desigualdade e insegurança. Provocou crise atrás de crise. Ainda assim, nós sucumbimos à ortodoxia. Temos sido os gerentes das mazelas do neoliberalismo. Governos de esquerda ganham as eleições com discurso de esquerda e praticam austeridade. Abrem mão de políticas públicas em nome da governabilidade. Nós nos tornamos o sistema. Por isso, não surpreende agora que o outro lado se apresente como antissistema. O primeiro mandamento para os progressistas tem que ser a coerência. Não podemos nos eleger com um programa e implementar outro. Não podemos trair a confiança do povo, mesmo que boa parte da população não se veja como progressista. Ela quer o que nós propomos. Ela quer comer bem, morar bem, escola de qualidade, hospital de qualidade, uma política climática séria e responsável, uma política de meio ambiente muito dura. Ela quer um mundo limpo e saudável. Um trabalho digno, com jornada de trabalho equilibrada, um salário que permita uma vida confortável. A extrema-direita soube capitalizar o mal-estar das promessas não cumpridas do neoliberalismo. Canalizou a frustração das pessoas inventando mentiras e mais mentiras. Falando das mulheres, falando dos negros, falando da população LGBTQ+, falando dos imigrantes, ou seja, tudo que é pessoas mais necessitadas passa a ser vítima do discurso de ódio que essas pessoas falam. O nosso papel é apontar o dedo para os verdadeiros culpados. Um punhado de bilionários concentra a maior parte da riqueza mundial. Eles querem que as pessoas acreditem que qualquer um pode chegar lá. Alimentam a falácia da meritocracia, mas chutam a escada para que outros não tenham a mesma oportunidade de subir. Pagam menos impostos ou nada. Exploram o trabalhador, destrói a natureza, manipulam algoritmos. A desigualdade não é um fato, é uma escolha política. O que faz de nós progressistas é escolher a igualdade. Nosso lema deve estar sempre do lado do povo. Essa luta precisa ser global. De nada adianta manter a casa em ordem em um mundo em desordem. Os senhores da guerra jogam bombas em mulheres e crianças, gastam em armas bilhões de dólares que poderiam ser usados para acabar com a fome, resolver o problema energético e o problema da saúde. O Sul global paga a conta de guerras que não provocou e de mudanças climáticas que não causou. É tratado como o quintal das grandes potências. É sufocado por tarifas abusivas e dívidas impagáveis. volta a ser visto como mero fornecedor de matérias-primas. Ser progressista na arena internacional é defender um multilateralismo reformado, é defender o que faz prevalência sobre a força, que a paz faça prevalência sobre a força, é combater a fome e proteger o meio ambiente, é restituir a credibilidade da ONU, que foi corroída pela irresponsabilidade dos membros permanentes, é criar um sistema em que as regras valham para todos, em que países desenvolvidos em desenvolvimento estejam em pé de igualdade no Conselho de Segurança, no Banco Mundial, no FMI e na Organização Mundial do Comércio. Esse não é um esforço só de governos. A internet se tornou um campo de batalha. Disputar as redes virtuais é uma tarefa incontornável, mas a disputa tem que ir além das telas, tem que ser levado para as universidades, para as igrejas, para os sindicatos, para as associações, para os bairros e para a sociedade como um todo. A extrema-direita grita, mente e ataca. Não podemos ter medo de falar mais alto e com muita responsabilidade. Não devemos ter medo de contrapor argumentos. O risco que a extrema-direita representa à democracia não é retórico, é real. No Brasil, ela planejou um golpe de Estado, orquestrou um trama que previa tanque na rua e assassinato do presidente eleito, do vice-presidente e do presidente da Justiça Eleitoral. O Papa Leão XIV disse que a democracia corre o risco de se tornar uma máscara para o domínio das elites econômicas e tecnológicas. Nosso papel é desmascarar essas forças, desmascarar aqueles que dizem estar do lado do povo, mas governam para os mais ricos, que dizem ser patriotas, mas opõem a soberania à venda e pedem sanções contra o seu próprio país, que proclamam defender a família, mas fecham os olhos para a violência contra as mulheres e o abuso sexual de crianças, que se declaram o dono da verdade, mas espalham mentira de desinformação, que se consideram o homem de Deus, mas não tem amor ao próximo, que falam em liberdade, mas persegue quem é indiferente, como canta João Manuel Serrat. O caminho se faz ao caminhar. A democracia não é um destino, é uma construção cotidiana. Ela precisa ir além do voto e trazer benefícios concretos para a vida das pessoas. Não é democracia quando um pai não sabe onde tirar seu próximo prato de comida. Não há democracia quando o neto perde seu avô na fila do hospital. Não há democracia quando a mãe passa horas em um ônibus lotado e não consegue dar um beijo de boa noite nos seus filhos. Não há democracia quando alguém é discriminado pela cor da sua pele, quando a mulher morre apenas pelo fato de ser mulher. Temos que substituir o desalento pelo sonho, o ódio pela esperança. A Movilização Global Progressista tem uma missão importante: recuperar a capacidade das forças progressistas de projetar um futuro melhor, um futuro com justiça social, igualdade e democracia. Esses três termos, mobilização global e progressista, precisam andar juntos, não como palavras de ordem, mas como realidade viva. Queria dizer para vocês uma coisa, que eu preciso falar um minutinho de improviso. Desculpa, companheiro. Eu ando muito inquieto. Eu tenho 80 anos de idade. Eu comecei a fazer política com 30 anos de idade. 21 anos da minha vida eu passei dentro de uma fábrica. Eu saí de uma região muito pobre no meu país, como milhões de brasileiros, para não morrer de fome. Fui comer pão pela primeira vez com 7 anos de idade. E aprendi a fazer política muito tarde. E quando eu aprendi política, eu aprendi porque eu descobri que dentro do Congresso Nacional não existia representante do povo trabalhador, que eu imaginava que era a razão pela qual existia a classe política. E graças à democracia no meu país, que nós implantamos depois de derrubar 23 anos de regime militar, só eu fui caçado 2 vezes como presidente do sindicato. Graças à democracia, pela primeira vez no país, o Brasil elegeu um operário presidente da República sem diploma universitário, apenas com curso técnico, sabe, de torneiro mecânico. E eu queria ser eleito para provar que a inteligência não está ligada à quantidade de anos de universidade. A isto está ligado o conhecimento. A inteligência é uma coisa mais sagrada que a gente conquista no aprendizado dentro de uma fábrica ou com a sociedade brasileira. Tudo que eu sou na vida, eu devo a uma mãe que nasceu e morreu analfabeta. Morreu sem saber fazer um O com copo. Mas o que eu sei de caráter e de defesa de comportamento, eu aprendi com essa mulher. E por que eu estou dizendo isso para vocês? Porque eu aprendi na vida política, admirando a democracia americana. Eu acreditei muitas vezes que os Estados Unidos era o país da oportunidade. Quantos milhões de brasileiros foram para os Estados Unidos? Eu nasci na política no momento de uma Guerra Fria e nós não queremos mais Guerra Fria com ninguém. Nós não queremos Guerra Fria entre a China e os Estados Unidos. Nós queremos liberdade. Nós queremos livre comércio. Nós não queremos protecionismo. A esquerda progressista foi vítima do discurso do consenso de Washington. Muita gente nova aqui não se lembra, mas quem tem 80 anos como eu se lembra, porque já tinha bons anos nos anos 80. E eu agora fico analisando o que está acontecendo no mundo. O que está acontecendo no mundo é que a querida Nações Unidas, que foi criado depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial, que criou um Conselho de Segurança com 5 membros permanentes para cuidar da paz, para cuidar da cordialidade, da fraternidade, se transformaram em 5 senhores de guerra. Porque o Conselho de Segurança não permite que as coisas aconteçam. Quando um aprova uma coisa, o outro veta. E nós estamos vivendo em que mundo? Hoje nós temos uma quantidade de conflitos armados que é o maior desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial. Hoje nós temos guerra. A invasão do Iraque foi uma mentira. Cadê as armas químicas que o Saddam Hussein tinha? Nunca encontraram. A invasão pela França e pela Inglaterra na Líbia foi outra mentira, que mal cavava o Gaddafi naquele instante histórico da nossa humanidade. A invasão e o genocídio que foi feito por Israel em Gaza é outra mentira muito grande. E agora o bombardeio de Israel ao Líbano, com que pretexto? E agora mais, a invasão dos Estados Unidos ao Irã. A que pretexto? Eu queria, governador de Minnesota, lhe dizer uma coisa. Em 2010, eu fui ao Irã, junto com a Índia, junto com a Turquia, negociar com Ahmadinejad o acordo para que ele não pudesse enriquecer urânio acima daquilo que o Brasil enriquecia para fins pacíficos. Porque no Brasil está na nossa Constituição. O Brasil está proibido de produzir e fabricar armas nucleares. Isso é da Constituição. E nós fomos lá para convencer o Ahmadinejad e o Khamenei. E depois de 2 dias, nós conseguimos um acordo. Um acordo que foi feito com base numa carta manuscrita que o Obama me mandou. Depois de 2 dias, Ahmadinejad aceitou fazer o acordo. Quando nós publicamos o acordo, eu imaginei que nós íamos ser elogiados porque o Irã não ia mais enriquecer o urânio e a parte que ele ia enriquecer ia mandar para a Turquia guardar. O que aconteceu, companheiro Pedro Sánchez? A União Europeia e os Estados Unidos não aceitaram o acordo. E agora estão atrás, outra vez, de construir a ideia de que o Irã iria construir bomba atômica. Eles não iriam construir bomba atômica. Nós precisamos acabar com essa história de contar mentiras sobre as pessoas para depois destruir as pessoas. A América Latina é vendida como se fosse o mundo do narcotráfico. O mundo árabe é vendido como se fosse o mundo do terrorismo. E quem é que é bom nesse mundo? Quem é que é bom? A gente tem que entender uma coisa muito importante. Muitas vezes nós somos vítimas, sabe, da nossa inocência política. Quantas vezes, Pedro, a gente ganha eleições e depois a imprensa, depois do sistema financeiro, depois os acadêmicos conservadores escrevem artigos, matéria na imprensa, obrigando a gente a tentar destruir aquilo que foi a razão da nossa eleição. E a gente vai ficando com medo. E a gente vai tentando agradar o mercado. A gente vai tentando agradar o empresário. E o que acontece é que nós vamos ficando desmoralizados. Então eu penso que desse encontro aqui, eu queria dizer ao presidente Trump, ao presidente Xi Jinping, ao presidente Putin, ao presidente Macron e ao primeiro-ministro da Inglaterra, que são os 5 membros do Conselho de Segurança da ONU. Pelo amor de Deus, cumpram com as suas obrigações de garantir a paz no mundo. Convoque uma reunião e pare com essa loucura de guerra, porque o mundo não comporta mais. Nós não queremos muito. O povo pobre não quer muito. Ele não quer nem tomar as coisas dos ricos. O povo pobre quer ter direito a um emprego decente. Ele quer ter direito a um trabalho decente. Ele quer ter direito a morar numa casa boa. Ele quer ter direito a estudar. Ele quer ter direito que o seu filho possa ser doutor, igual o filho do seu patrão, igual o filho da sua patroa. Ele quer o direito de ter um sistema de saúde decente. É a única coisa que nós queremos e tudo isso está na Bíblia. Tudo isso está na Constituição de cada país. Tudo isso está na Declaração Universal dos Direitos Humanos da ONU. E por que não se cumpre? Eu queria terminar dizendo uma coisa para vocês. Eu tenho 80 anos de idade. Eu tentei, presidente Pedro Sánchez, meu amigo sapateiro, eu tenho conversado muito com Deus. E tenho dito para Deus que eu quero viver 120 anos. Porque é preciso provar uma coisa. Eu quero provar uma coisa. Eu quero provar que a gente não fica velho. A gente não fica velho porque os anos passam. A gente não vai conseguir parar a rotação da Terra. Então os anos vão passar. Hoje eu tenho 80, o ano que vem vou ter 81. Mas isso não é que envelhece as pessoas. O que envelhece as pessoas são as pessoas perder a motivação, a perder uma causa. Se todos nós levantarmos de manhã com uma causa, para defender uma causa, a gente não fica velho. Eu digo para vocês que eu me sinto hoje igual quando eu tinha 50 anos de idade, porque eu tenho uma causa. A minha causa é a democracia, a minha causa é a liberdade, a minha causa é a igualdade, a minha causa é garantir que todas as pessoas sejam respeitadas. Um país pequeno como a ilha da companheira minha, tem que ser respeitado igual o país do tamanho da Índia. Ninguém é medido pela potência tecnológica, pela potência econômica ou pelos navios de guerra que tem. Eu não quero guerra. Eu não quero guerra com o Xi Jinping, eu não quero guerra com o Putin, eu não quero guerra com os Estados Unidos, eu não quero guerra nem com você, Mia. Eu quero paz, amor, fraternidade e ver o mundo progressivo para que o povo viva melhor e dignamente. É isso que eu quero. A minha arma é o argumento. A minha arma é o argumento. A minha arma é a razão. Quando o presidente Trump taxou o Brasil, dizendo que tinha déficit com o Brasil, eu mostrei um documento. Os Estados Unidos, em 15 anos, teve 410 bilhões de superávit com o Brasil. E eu disse, ninguém vai ganhar de mim com mentira. Eu não tenho a riqueza que ele tem. Eu não tenho a tecnologia que ele tem. E tampouco eu tenho um navio que ele tem. Eu não quero guerra. A única coisa que eu quero é dizer para ele que, mesmo sendo pobre, tem uma coisa que nós temos que ter, que é caráter, honestidade e decência, para a gente respeitar o direito de todos. Por isso, eu queria chamar para falar o presidente do governo da Espanha, meu amigo Pedro Sánchez.
Buenas tardes. Un gran aplauso para el presidente Lula y para todos los líderes internacionales que nos acompañan aquí en Barcelona este fin de semana. Y un gran aplauso también para el presidente Illa, el presidente de Cataluña y el alcalde de Barcelona que nos acompaña aquí, Jaume Collboni. Gracias por la movilización extraordinaria del Partido Socialista de Cataluña y del conjunto del Estado. Mirad, me hace muy feliz veros hoy aquí y además con una enorme sonrisa. Bienvenidos a esta brillante y magnífica ciudad de Barcelona. Bienvenidos a Cataluña, bienvenidos a España. Gracias por haber abarrotado este espacio con vuestra presencia, con vuestras ideas, con vuestra ilusión, con vuestra energía. Porque de alguna manera el futuro os ha reclamado, nos ha reclamado, y vosotros y vosotras habéis sabido acudir. Mirad, hace 13 años, bueno, por cierto, es verdad, esta sala se ha quedado pequeña porque hay mucha gente en otras salas a los cuales desde aquí queremos también agradecer su asistencia. Mirad, hace 13 años, el presidente de Uruguay, el gran Pepe Mújica, dio un discurso ante Naciones Unidas. Y lo hizo en un momento de crisis económica, de fractura social, de guerras. Pepe Mújica reconoció que las cosas no iban bien, que el futuro pintaba gris. Dijo sentirse angustiado, más allá de lo político, en lo personal. Dijo sentirse angustiado por el porvenir de la humanidad. Pero también, y esto es lo importante, se comprometió a luchar por él, aun a sabiendas de que no iba a llegar a ver ese porvenir por el que luchaba. A ese mismo compromiso quiero apelar hoy en esta intervención. Porque yo sé que el horizonte está cargado de incertidumbres. Hemos hablado de ello durante este fin de semana. También que la internacional ultraderechista y unas derechas lacayas de esta falta de ideas que ilusionen, que movilicen a la gente, hacen mucho ruido, que gritan tanto y tan alto que a veces parece que no existieran otras voces. Pero yo os pido que no os engañen, que no nos engañen, porque los ultras y las derechas no gritan porque estén ganando, gritan porque saben que su tiempo se acaba. Saben que su ortodoxia neoliberal, que además de ser ineficiente es cruel, murió en 2008 con la gran crisis financiera y que ha sido superada por las políticas progresistas. Saben que su visión del orden internacional se está viendo desmantelada como consecuencia de los aranceles y las guerras ilegales. Saben que su rendición al negacionismo climático, a la xenofobia, al machismo de la internacional ultraderechista ha sido su mayor error, del que les costará mucho tiempo salir. La derecha no lidera, la derecha languidece. No importa, por tanto, que griten, ni cuántos bulos inventen. La gente se está dando cuenta de que no tienen proyecto, de que no tienen soluciones. Solo odio, eslóganes vacíos y unas políticas equivocadas que solamente han traído 4 cosas al mundo: guerra, inflación, desigualdad y fractura social. Eso es todo lo que han dado al mundo. Por eso, yo estoy convencido de que el tiempo de la internacional ultraderechista y la derecha rendida a esos postulados reaccionarios ha llegado a su fin y que nosotros, vosotros y vosotras, vamos a traer al mundo y a todos nuestros países una nueva era de progreso. Vamos a reconstruir lo que ellos han tratado de destruir. Vamos a demostrar al mundo que el futuro puede ser mejor, que aún quedan nuevas cotas de bienestar y de desarrollo por conquistar. Por supuesto, lo sabemos, lograrlo no va a ser fácil, porque cambiar la historia nunca lo ha sido. Pero ya hemos tomado en nuestras manos 3 importantes instrumentos que nos van a hacer falta para cambiar el transcurso de la historia. En primer lugar, lo que se respira aquí: unidad. Unidad. Unidad. Por eso estamos aquí, para celebrar y para consolidar nuestra unidad. Unidad entre fuerzas progresistas, entre países, entre generaciones. Unidad en la diversidad para trabajar juntos y recuperar un horizonte compartido. En segundo lugar, algo que ha dicho el gobernador Tim Walz, que me parece muy importante. También el presidente Lula. Muchos otros oradores, también como la primera ministra de Barbados. El orgullo. Recuperar el orgullo. Porque durante años la derecha y la ultraderecha han intentado convertir nuestra identidad en insultos. Zurdos nos llaman en Argentina, progres nos llaman en otras partes del mundo, pacifistas, charos en España les llaman a las feministas, rojos a los de izquierdas, verdes a los ecologistas. Todo eso nos reprochan. Hasta incluso la Agenda 2030, aprobada por 193 países en el seno de Naciones Unidas, es para ellos una supuesta agenda woke. Han intentado una y otra vez que nos avergoncemos de nuestras ideas y de nuestra historia. Pero eso, ¿sabéis qué? Se acabó. Termina hoy. En Barcelona, el 18 de abril de 2026, la vergüenza cambia de bando. Se acabó. La vergüenza cambia de bando y lo va a hacer para siempre. A partir de ahora, la vergüenza para ellos. La vergüenza para aquellos que callan ante la injusticia. La vergüenza para aquellos que explotan a los trabajadores y trabajadoras, los que criminalizan al diferente, los que convierten derechos en mercancías, los que defienden el privilegio de las élites, los que apoyan la guerra y la violencia en Gaza, en Cisjordania, en Ucrania, en el Líbano, en Oriente Medio. La vergüenza para ellos, para nosotros el orgullo. Para nosotros, el orgullo, sí. El orgullo de ser pacifistas porque amamos la paz. El orgullo de ser ecologistas porque queremos un planeta habitable para nuestros hijos y nuestras hijas. El orgullo de ser sindicalistas porque queremos derechos trabajadores y a las trabajadoras reconocidos. El orgullo de ser feministas porque queremos un mundo en pie de igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. El orgullo, sí, de ser de izquierdas, de ser socialistas, de ser socialdemócratas, de ser progresistas. Porque el progresismo hoy ya es más necesario que nunca. El orgullo, amigos y amigas, para impulsar un modelo económico más justo, como hemos escuchado desde esta tribuna y también gracias a todos los panelistas que han participado en estas jornadas. También el de la prosperidad, que vaya a todos y a todas, sobre todo a aquellos que más lo necesitan, y al mismo tiempo protejamos el medio ambiente, como siempre defiende la primera ministra de Barbados. Algo que los progresistas, por cierto, estamos logrando. Aquí, en España, en Brasil, el presidente Lula, la primera ministra de Barbados también, o por supuesto el gobernador en Estados Unidos y todos los representantes a pequeña, mediana y gran escala progresistas que estáis aquí presentes. No me quiero olvidar, por supuesto, de los grandes alcaldes y alcaldesas progresistas que tenemos en el mundo. El orgullo por reforzar los servicios públicos, la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres, el orgullo por defender sociedades abiertas y que acogen a quienes se ven obligados a abandonar sus países para buscar una vida mejor. Aquí en España estamos aprobando e impulsando un proceso de regularización de 500.000 de inmigrantes. Y le quiero decir a la derecha y a la ultraderecha que se oponen que España es hija de la migración y no va a ser madre de la xenofobia. El orgullo, amigos y amigas, de estar del lado correcto de la historia. Sí, de defender el derecho internacional, de defender la paz y de gritar una y mil veces sí a la paz y no a la guerra, sí a la paz y no a la guerra, sí a la paz y no a la guerra, sí a la paz y no a la guerra. queridos compañeros y compañeras. Hemos recuperado la unión, hemos recuperado el orgullo, pero debemos hacer algo más. Algo que ahora es incluso, si me permitís, mucho más importante. O igual de importante. Algo que nos robaron sin que, por cierto, nos diéramos cuenta. Y ese algo es la fe en el progreso. La fe en el progreso. El presidente Lula lo ha explicado en primera persona. Él creía en la democracia y cree en la democracia porque una persona humilde como él llegó a ser presidente del sindicato en Brasil y presidente de la República de Brasil. La fe en el progreso, la confianza en que el mañana puede ser mejor, sin duda alguna puede ser mejor. Porque ¿qué es lo que ellos quieren? ¿Qué es lo que ellos buscan? Ellos buscan vernos asustados, abatidos, derrotados. Quieren que nos centremos en proteger la realidad, no en transformarla. Que nos preocupe tanto retroceder que ni siquiera intentemos avanzar. Quieren que renunciemos a la posibilidad de un futuro más justo y más próspero. Que nos conformemos, por tanto, con el status quo, con las cosas tal y como están. Yo os digo, estoy convencido de ello, que lo compartís, que no lo vamos a hacer, que no vamos a comprar su pesimismo ni su desesperanza, que vamos a defender que un mundo mejor es posible, que se pueden subir salarios y crear empleos a la vez como estamos haciendo en España, que se puede frenar la emergencia climática y ganar competitividad como estamos haciendo en España, que la diversidad, la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres son palancas de progreso social como estamos haciendo aquí en España. Que se puede proteger a los más vulnerables y al mismo tiempo podemos reforzar la protección de la clase media y trabajadora de nuestro país y que la prosperidad de las naciones o es compartida o no será. Y también, ¿por qué no decirlo? Que es posible recuperar algo esencial, que es el tiempo. Tiempo para estar con nuestras familias, tiempo para disfrutar, tiempo para vivir, porque eso es de verdad el progreso, el poder disfrutar de tiempo que tenemos en este mundo con nuestros seres queridos. Y mirad, lo vamos a hacer. Lo vamos a hacer doblándoles el brazo a quienes se creen intocables, a los multimillonarios que explotan a la gente y cuya codicia no tiene límites, a los especuladores que juegan con los ahorros y las casas de la gente, a los tecnoligarcas que quieren llenarse el bolsillo a costa de la salud de nuestras democracias y la salud mental de nuestros jóvenes. Vamos a hacerlo. ¿Y sabéis por qué vamos a lograrlo? Porque cuando gobernamos los progresistas, los estados no se arrodillan ante las élites. Las ponemos en su sitio. Y vamos a hacerlo no porque sea fácil, que no lo es, sin duda alguna, sino porque es nuestro deber, sino porque estamos en política. Y por cierto, si no somos nosotros, ¿quién lo va a hacer? Eso es lo que nos enseñó el gran Pepe Mújica. Y ese es el mensaje que quiero que os llevéis en el día de hoy. El progreso no es una garantía. El progreso no es una quimera. El progreso es una promesa. La promesa que todo padre y toda madre le debe a su hijo y a su hija. La promesa que toda persona de izquierdas le debe a la sociedad. No la promesa de resistir, sino de avanzar. No la promesa de soñar, sino de trabajar sin descanso para hacer nuestros sueños realidad. Por eso os pido que hagamos realidad nuestros sueños, en cada calle, en cada ciudad, en cada país, en el conjunto del planeta. Que nos unamos y trabajemos juntos y juntas. Y hacerlo además con moral de victoria, para que dentro de unos años la gente pueda mirar atrás y dijo, en Barcelona empezó todo. En este lugar somos 5.000 personas soñando un mundo mejor, pero fuera hay millones y millones de personas dispuestas a unirse a nosotros para convertir ese sueño en realidad. Esa es nuestra responsabilidad y ese es nuestro compromiso. Muchas gracias.